أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن سيدنا محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي يا أختي في ديني يا الإسلام أريد أن تحية أهل الجنة قائلا السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. This is the welcome address by the Sadar, Majlis Kudam Ahmadiyya, Nigeria, the expected brother Akinyemi Abdurraqib Sahib, on the occasion of 2023 annual Nazimeen Atfal workshop, which is holding at Majlis Kudam Ahmadiyya Secretariat, Ojokoro, Lagos, on Saturday, 21st of January, 2022. Sadar Sahib welcome all and sundry from different locations to this program. He as well admonishes all participants to record the essence of being a Nazimeen Atfal. It's nothing but to be a value-added personnel. That is, you are to fine-tune the lives of the children you are handling. Recall that in a simple mathematical scenario, the father of these children taught many of us, in which during the time of their teaching, being an Nazimeen Atfal, not all of us seated here were in the classroom listening to their classes. Invariably, not all the students we are also teaching will as well be the greater future leaders. But the question is, if the fathers, if the parents have not done justice to our upbringing, we will not be here seated as a Nazimeen Atfal. Sadar Sahib congratulates everyone participating as a role model, because if you are not worthwhile, if you are not role model, you wouldn't be sent by your various delads, Ila courts to come and represent your region. In other words, he admonishes every one of us to be a seeker of knowledge in everywhere we are. That is, you must be knowledgeable so that you can have a positive impact in the lives of the children. He also added that not only Islamic secular education we are talking about, but as well as moral upbringing, our moral behavior, humility, truthfulness, cheerfulness, perseverance, moral discipline is all expected by all Nazimeen Atfal to be dutiful in their responsibilities. He lastly added that every one of us should know that the reward of a Nazimeen Atfal is inquantifiable, only lies with Almighty Allah. We pray that the Almighty Allah reward every one of us in this life and the hereafter. Brother Abdurraqib Akinyemi, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The next item on our program will be the second lecture. The first lecturer is not in our midst. He has sent his notification. But alhamdulillah, the second lecturer is in our midst. Kindly join me to welcome our expected Mufti Abdulhakim Sulaiman to do justice to the topic, perfect teaching methods, love as an agent of long-lasting impact. Ahlan wa salam wa marhaba, ya mu'allim. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. So, for every one of us here present physically, and if you have been registered, you will have been given a note. That note, even if you have brought another note, please use that note. It's meant to be a lesson note. Yes. So it's meant to be lesson notes. You know, ideas. Think tank, your think tank for Atfal. So I'm sure some of you are using another note. Yes, and please, this is like a lesson note we are giving to you. So I want us to all put this down, so it will be easy for you to go and impact what you have here to the kids. But if it's just a random note that you're just using, you know, it's not going to go a long way. So we also want to encourage us to also make use of lesson notes, please. So we should get this as a lesson note for Atfal. Is that what
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله ولتنظر نفس ما قدمت لغد واتقوا الله إن الله خبير بما تعملون. I welcome every one of us here seated and those that are joining us through virtual means that Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. And at the same time, with the mercy of Almighty Allah and His grandeur, I send and beseech blessings upon the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and those of his companions and those that follows him till the day of judgment. And as well, I seek blessings upon the promised Messiah alayhi salatu wasalam, who Almighty Allah has sent as guidance and the rejuvenator of Islam at this present era. With this, I greet all our fathers that are seated on the table here, and the National Murabi Atfal Sahib and the Murabi Atfal Lagos, and as well as the respected Naib Sadar Sahib. That once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The topic that I am asked to help in doing justice to or expatiate is perfect teaching methods, love as an agent of long-lasting impact. Perfect teaching method, love as an agent of long-lasting impact. This topic, as we have among us those people who have been teaching for long, we would find it more variable in respect to those we are teaching, in respect to our different ilaqah and our different muqams. But there's one thing that is paramount, or there's one thing that is sure, because it has been mentioned by Almighty Allah in the Holy Quran, that is love, which is said by Almighty Allah in Surah Al-Imran, Al-Imran, that if not for the blessings of Almighty Allah, that you are tender-hearted towards them, they would have vanished from around thee. It goes thus, Surah Al-Imran, Quran chapter 3, verse 160, Almighty Allah said, فَبِمَا رَحْمَةٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ لِنْتَ لَهُمْ وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَظًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ لَانْفَضُّوا مِنْ حَوْلِكَ. That it is by the mercy of Almighty Allah that you are kind-hearted towards them. If you had been hard-hearted, they would have disappeared from around thee. This shows us that we would have different methods of teaching or impacting knowledge. But there is this method that is paramount, which is love. But before we go there, I would like to bring us back to the fact that when we are to teach children or train them, we should have, or we must have, a goal in mind. And it is said that for us to be successful in one thing, we must have the end result in mind. Is that not so? For anyone to be successful in anything at all, you must have the end result that you wish for at the back of your mind. So we work towards that end result. While Uzur was addressing the Lajna section in Jalsa Salana UK 2017, which was held July 27, July 29, Uzur Anwar Aidawullah Ta'ala ibn Aziz was explaining to the Lajna the importance of upbringing of our children. Because here we are teachers, we are trainers, so we also must have it at the back of our minds that what are the importance and then what are the end results, which should be our goal that we have at the back of our minds. Uzur narrated the incident of a boy who always have the cover of his parents, especially his mother, that whenever the boy commits any criminal act, the mother will always be found forefront, saying that my boy did not commit this sin, you are only putting blame on him. It was said that this act keeps on going for long, to an extent that the boy commits a murder and he was to be killed. He was to be hanged. Then he asked that he had a wish, last wish, that he want to have a communication with his mother, which the judge granted him. He called the mother and said that he want to kiss the tongue of the mother. When he said this, the mother also, with compassion, bring out her tongue. The boy bites the tongue so much so that it's severe half of the tongue. So everybody was shouting how cruel this boy is, that even at his last wish, he had to do something like this for his mother. But he came up with an objection that whenever he committed those petty sins, petty crimes, his mother is always at the forefront saying, my son, do not commit this, you are only trying to blame it on him. That had it been his mother has used that same tongue to correct his bad habits, he would have not been in this position today. Meaning, we as trainers of the future generation of the Jamaat, we must have goals and we must have the end result of what we want in mind, which is that tomorrow there should be those upright Hudam trainers who would be able to train our own children. The society of today puts us in general in position not to have time for our children, not to even know their desire or what they can and cannot do. The society of today has left them to our mercy. We are the ones to teach them, we are the ones to correct them, we are the ones to guide them aright. For example, around Ibafo area, there happens that, early in the morning after Fajr, the school bus would have come around and picked the children because the parents also, they are off to work. So it so happened that one day the parents came back around 7:30 and they met their boys. One has already broken the leg of the other. They were fighting wrestling in the house, and they did this John Cena stunt where you lock in the leg of the other person. So the senior brother locked in the leg of the junior brother until it broke. And the funniest part was nobody was aware of this until the parent came back from work. And this is the society today, because there's pressure on the parents. They are out there looking for what to eat, this and that. They do not mind the society or what their children are doing. And for the fact that there are a lot of distractions where they think they will just subscribe on the DSTV for them and things will be moving. But now, we as the trainers that has more time to spend with them in these areas. In fact, even in rural areas, we know the situation of the economy of the country leaves no parent that time to spend enough to know the deeds, the actions of their children more than we could do. So that is why we are employing us that we should have this goal in mind, that we want to bring up children that tomorrow will become engineers, tomorrow will become ufas, missionaries. In fact, different fields. It's vast. And tomorrow they will be morally upright, because no matter the field of life you might find yourself, the impact of your teacher, the impact of your trainer would always leave its footprint in you. Either you are a missionary, either you are an artist, either you are a medical doctor, either you are a lawyer, either you are an engineer. The impact of your teachers, the impact of your trainers, because we have what we call in education, we have formal education and we have informal education. Formal education is all this going to secondary school and the steps. But informal education is very important, which we are lacking in our society today. There is no time for parents, and there is no time for those that are even teaching them the formal education. So this is where we come in. For us, first of all, we must have this what we call goal in mind. And what should be our goal is that we want to train children that would be able to bring about the obligation they own to Almighty Allah, that we call hukukullah, and as well to be able to serve humanity, when you say which is hukukul ibad. Now, when we talk about upbringing of children to uphold hukukullah, it means we would train them so that tomorrow they would be able to be an Ahmadi that observes Salat. They would be able to be such a person that see importance in observing Salat rather than chasing people here and there, or chasing affairs, chasing missionary up here and there for one thing or the other. Because if we bring them up the Atfal in such a manner that they cherish Salat, we would find that we would be at ease. Our mind will be at rest, that our future generation is secure. Again, when you talk about hukukul ibad, which is being a good neighbor, being a good law-abiding citizens, these are or should be our goals. This should be the end result that we must have at the back of our mind. Not for them to only come, because today, when our fathers were teaching our teachers, because our fathers taught our own teachers, not we directly. When they were teaching them, they were teaching them both. And it is easy for them to teach those our teachers or our trainers only the religious face of it, because today the advancement of technology has given us more work to do, has put a lot of responsibilities on our table. That is why we are to expound our goal or the result that we want. It is not only about teaching them how to recite Qasida and teaching them how to observe Salat alone, but rather it is all about expanding and making use of our maximum time with them to make sure we come about of bringing the standard, the moral standard, bringing it to the pinnacle at where we would be in peace within ourselves, that our future is secure. So now let's go to the methodologies, because there are several ways that we can explore in teaching children, and this is varied. It depends on the areas that we are, it depends on those we are taking, and it depends on the home those children came from. So we would only mention but few, and I think and hope and pray it resonates with whatever we think we have with us. And first of all, we should mind the big picture. As I have said earlier, we should mind the big picture. It is not all about what we do now. It is not all about taking them, because the problem on the table now, it has gone wider than just taking them to competitions. Just this is the thing it should be at the back of our mind. Minding the bigger picture, which is not only going through and knowing how to recite Qasida very well, Quran perfectly, Salat, Muslim prayer books, all the dua.
we should have the bigger picture of bringing them up in the way that it will not be a burden on them. Rather, it will be something they understood. For example, when you talk about within, because this is about enlightening ourselves or reminding ourselves that we have more assignments in our hands than just going directly and not minding what those children are doing. So, for example, when we are teaching the Atfal or training them, we should mind the way those children interact within themselves. This will show us we should be mindful of it. This will give us that when we have it at the back of our mind, that we want to see them grow. We want to see them being successful tomorrow. We will not limit ourselves to, I have taught them, I have done my job, no, in this aspect, we are trainers. And this is within the Jamaat wherein they have accepted, they've been born, or they are converted. We have to be mindful of the bigger picture, and we have to take actions to know what they are teaching them. Is it assimilated? Are they assimilating it for the purpose of using it? For example, I'll give you a personal example. When we are still when I was still a Tiflu, we learned As-Salam Qabla Al-Kalam. It is one of the easiest hadiths to learn, right? And we learn it, we recite it, exchange greetings before you talk, this and that. But one day, I did something very childish, or let me say, it was part of the upbringing, yes? Now, I was at home. Because my father knows one or two hadiths and knows he sent me to, we call it dance every Sunday. So he expects more of me. I entered into the bathroom without knocking. Whereas he was inside. Immediately I entered, the question he asked me is that, do you attend dance at all? Don't they teach you hadith at all? Do you not know As-Salam Qabla Al-Kalam? That shows that we know it, we learn it, we memorize it, but application of what we know is very important. Sometimes it is not all about caning the children. It's about if we have the bigger picture in our mind, we will teach them how to apply those ahadiths that we are teaching them around themselves. So this is number one, having the bigger picture in mind. Again, second, we should be mindful of our deeds. We the trainers, we the Nazimeen Atfal, we should be mindful of our deeds. Because the promised Messiah, والسلام, has rightly said in Malfuzot, volume 2, that in Malfuzot, volume 1, page 68, he said that children, it is easy for them to learn when they are, it is easy for an individual to learn when they are still a kid, because they keep learning, keep growing, and keep adapting. And in this, number 2, that we should mind ourselves, what we do, our actions and deeds. Because children, they only, when I read about the study of the vibration in the brain of a child, actually I was just reading about growth. So, the man said, when we grow old, the vibration in our head, it's 1,000 times more than that of a baby. He said, because a baby's vibration, the vibration in the brain of a baby is very low. Because that time, they are gathering data. They are just picking data here and there. They don't know anything. It is just a plain disk. They are just accumulating data that they will use in the future. So, children, they are more of copying what you do. That's all. There was once, I wasn't around on Sunday. Because most especially Saturday Sundays, I am not usually around. Now, those the parents, one of them called me, and they were joking on Monday that, you see, Abdul Khalid and Mahfouz, they are one of the 2 Atfals in my area there. One of them is saying to another that you are Abdul Khalid, you are Abdul Musawi, me, I am Molvi. Now you call Hassan. Because usually when I go to the mosque, it's Abdul Musawi I say call Hassan. So the boy Mahfouz is saying I'm calling you are Abdul Musawi, you call Hassan, me I am Molvi. Oh yeah, let's do. They have that plain disk, they are only copying you. So it is very essential for us. As the Holy Prophet Muhammad ﷺ has also said, the Almighty Allah said in the Holy Quran, Surah Yunus, verse 17, that when the Almighty Allah is using the lifestyle of the Holy Prophet Muhammad itself as an argument for the disbelievers, for the kuffar, that you've seen this man, he was Al-Amin. You yourself named him, you nicknamed him as Siddiq, you named him Al-Amin. Meaning that our own action is very important. So the second point that I'm explaining to us here, I just want to reiterate it, is that our actions, our deeds, is very, very important. We cannot be Nazimeen as far teaching them as-salat qabla as-salam qabla al-kalam, or we are teaching them about salat, and when we are teaching about salat, we tell them to go inside the mosque with our right foot, right? And say Bismillah, salatu wa salam, ala rasulillahi, ala mafili, dunubi wa fari, ababa rahmatika. But then, they see you, in fact, they come into the mosque with your left leg. Already you are telling them that whatever you are teaching them has no value. And at the same time, when we are teaching them, as I have mentioned in the first place, the first point, minding the bigger picture. When we teach them to bring their first foot in the mosque, we should try to implement it with them. Our work do not stop on the whiteboard or blackboard. It continues. So the third point here is that we should understand that it is easier for children to cultivate bad habits. It is easier for children to cultivate bad habits. You see, when you are talking about good habits, even we that we are older ones, it's very hard for us to do. Is that also? Good habits. That is why it has a reward. Okay? When you do sadaqah, it's good. When you greet someone, it's good. When you do this, is good. And get reward for it, because it is not something easy. Unless Almighty Allah has so blessed you so much so that your parents have brought you up in a very nice manner. So for children, because these habits are there in the society, it's easier for them to pick it up, to pick habits up here and there. So we have to help in seizing it. The social discipline has disappeared in our society today. These days, in the olden days, they called such house binukonu, that is face me, I slap you. That is where a child will do something and others will be there to correct that child. But today, what do we see? We see that everybody lives in their own flats. So when you bring children together on Sundays, Saturdays, or Friday to have dance or teach them, you start to see different habits, different characters from them. So that is where we come in. We have to do what? Try our best to correct them and make them understand that this is bad and that is bad. And at the same time, now the fourth one is to train them to be able to make right choices. To train them to be able to make right choices. And that means that we have to train them to understand the consequence of their actions. We have to train them to understand the consequence of their actions. There's difference between just training. Someone said that there are two mentalities parents have. Some parents have the mentality of a shepherd, and some parents have the mentality of a mechanic. He said, when you have the mentality of a mechanic, everything is your responsibility. Because everything in a moving vehicle is the responsibility of the producer, either Toyota, Nissan, whatever it is. If it malfunction, if you buy a new car today, if it malfunction, you have the right to send it back, do this and that, because they have to take responsibility for everything. So some parents or trainers take it upon themselves that they want to take responsibility for every action of the children. This is something that is wrong, because as a shepherd, you train them to understand the consequences of their own actions. You train them to understand the consequences of their own actions. They said a shepherd cannot turn a cow or a sheep into another animal, right? It only looks after the grass that they graze in. That means that we are not to turn them into something else by means of beating and other things, but rather we are to make sure the environment at which they live, the people at which they mingle with, they work with in the society, we call them to order. We tell them the consequences of their actions. This is very important because we see children today doing things that they do not think would harm them or their parents. For example, a child that was so scared of his parents to an extent that it was really time for Salat, Maghrib time. Him and his younger sister were coming to the mosque. He let the younger sister move to the mosque and he go back to his friends and they were playing. They played all through. They played all through Maghrib to Isha. And meanwhile, his parents have told him not to play too much or mingle with those people for a long time. So he knew that doing that, the consequence is he would be caned by his parents. This is what happened live. It's not. So when he was asked, what happened to you? Where are you coming from this time? Because the mother has asked of him from his younger sister in the mosque that where is so and so. Now, he lied to them that he was kidnapped. Yes. He lied to them that he was kidnapped. And for me, because I always interact with them, I always have the budget for biscuits for the Atfal and the madrasa boys and girls. So I understand that, okay, if he said he was kidnapped in an estate, I said fine. His father has beaten him, this and that. I said, cool down. The day passed, I did not mention anything to him. The following day, I did not mention anything to him. Because I have been so compassionate to the other Atfal around them that two of them make the investigation on my behalf. Two of the Atfals, they make the investigation on my behalf. Yes, real. Now, one of them called me, Mofisa, we want to tell you something. I said, what happened? He said, that boy. I did not mention his name because some of the people that are here, they does not have from our side to know the boy. And I don't want to just So he said, this boy was not kidnapped. He said, how do you know? He said he told us that we call him that she is not good to lie. Mofisa has told us not to lie. Because I told them that if you lie today, that snake bites you. And tomorrow, snake bites you. I said you will see the consequence. I've taught them that long time. They said that Mofisa told us that we should not lie. That if you lie today, that snake bites you. And people are rushing towards you. And they find out that snake did not bite you. And tomorrow, you said the truth that snake bites you actually. And because people think you are lying, they will not mind it. So, just two of them, they called him and they investigate. So he told them, no, I was not kidnapped. I was only scared of my parents that they would beat me. Yes. So they came to me, they told me, this is what happened. I said, okay, fine. Don't worry. The parents were still in the hell that our son was kidnapped. He was dropped later and he walked. He did not even know his way around home, this and that. All those were going on. So I called him after madrasa. I said, this boy, what happened? Tell me. Because I have not talked to him since the incident. So when I said what happened, tell me. He knows that Mofisa knows something has happened. He knows what happened. So he told me the truth. I said, okay, look, see. It's not a big thing. You should understand that today, when you said you are kidnapped, tomorrow, if you are kidnapped, you might not even think you are kidnapped. You only say, oh, he has worked, he's just lying. And I told him that, okay, see, your junior sister might be kidnapped. Because you have gone, he left his junior sister to go to the mosque and he went playing. So when I told him this, I said, in the midnight, you have to wake up your mom and your dad. I did not communicate with the parent and lie down flat, tell them the truth. The following morning, in the Fajr period, the parent came to me. He said, Jazakumullah khairan, Mofisa, you've known the truth now. Thank you so much. This and that. You see, it's not all about, if we have in our mind that we want to help them grow, the way we will approach them, we will have these things, this method in mind. When we beat them here and there, lies, lie. They will tell a lot, numerous. And this is one of the things, fear. One of my lecturer in Jamia, Malik Riyan Sahib, he said that as a trainer, you have two houses. You have two choices. You can build two types of house in the art of your pupils or students. He said the first one is the house you can build with fear. And he said the second one is the house you can build with love. He said the first one, the house you can build with fear, is when you beat them, you hit them, you spank them always. When they see you, they will sit down very properly and uprightly. Once you turn your back at them, they start doing whatever they want. He said this house is like a house that you built with saliva. He said only the dream is enough to render it none. He said that the second house is love. He said you can build this house in their heart with love. When you teach with love, when you even beat them with compassion, you explain things to them, then they will not be scared of you. They will not even be scared to bring issues to you, to bring matters to you. That is, we will go there. The fifth one that I want to mention here now is that we need to be consistent. We need to be consistent, and we need to be always to make sure our efforts are always right. You know, being consistent with what we are doing is very, very important. We as the trainers should be mindful of ourselves and be consistent of what we are doing, so that they can learn from us, either through in the classes or outside. So these are the methods I believe we should have in mind before I talk about the love as an agent of the long-lasting impact. Okay, now I want to briefly go explain to us about some Islamic principles that we should try to uphold. First of all, when we are training our children, there are some Islamic principles I want us to note down and try to, imbibe them in ourselves and them as well. First one is dua, prayers. Please, dua, prayer is very, very important. It's very, very important. We know as the perfect man, the Holy Prophet of Islam was and is and would be, inshallah. Almighty Allah taught him in Surah Al-Taha, Quran chapter 20, verse 115, that he should say, وَقُلْ رَبِّ زِدْنِي عِلْمًا. You see, we should teach them that they should try to do this always. And at the same time, whenever we are teaching them on board, please, let's always try to start with Bismillah on the board. Before writing anything, date, whatever, let's write Bismillah on the board. Then we teach them. Because prayer is very, very important. I can just give us a narration on this. While I was in Jamia, I wasn't that brilliant to go to Ghana to prayer, honestly speaking. Yes, I wasn't that brilliant. Because I prayed. I observed 35 fasting days in my final year in Nigeria here. I said, God, I want to go to Ghana. Yes, but everything happened. So when I got to Jamia Ghana, I met someone of my own, intellectual habits. Standard. Yeah? Level, thank you. He's from Tanzania. We were asked to memorize Khutbah Ilamiya. Khutbah Ilamiya is 11 pages of Arabic Khutbah of the Promised Messiah, delivered in 1900. Now, that is the the condition of exam. If you don't memorize it, you are not going to come to the exam hall. So that, yes, up to today, it's like that. Okay. Sorry, don't be scared. So, that is the condition of exam. Now, we were memorizing it. One of our brothers here, Abibullah, you know him, Hafiz Abibullah. Within 4 days, I'm done. And this boy is in the same class with Abibullah. And another boy from Nigeria here, 11 days, me myself, no, final year, I'm still like a page a day, trying to just manage my life. So this boy, I met him crying. We were doing security duty. I met him crying. I said, Mashaka said, what happened? He said, I cannot memorize this thing. I said, you can memorize it. He said, I cannot memorize this thing. Then you see this A4 sheet, that is my habit from Jamia, Nigeria to Ghana. I always buy A4 sheet, a whole bunch in the house. All this thing I wrote here, I wrote it 3 times before I put it here. I wrote it here as well. It's not like somebody's output. Effort is behind the scene. So then, I told him that, I showed him my A4 sheet. You see, I fold it into 4 like this. That's how I usually fold it. I put everything there. So when we are playing football, I'll bring it out, check it. I play football. Yes, I know myself. So when we are playing, and we are playing, I am thinking, I am reading that Kutuba Ilamiya in my head. When I forget one page, I bring it out. So I told Mashaka, if you also do this, don't say you cannot finish it. So when it started with 2 lines, 3 lines. One day he said, Atfal, he used to call me Atfal, I am tired. I said, don't worry, don't read anything today. I said, it's okay for today. So he take a break for a whole day. So the following day, he memorized more than 2 lines. He memorized 4 lines. I said, that's fine. I said, now you should pray. And he bought one of these sweet oats like this, small oats. He shared it to everybody in the school. Just for him as a sacrifice for him to be able to memorize it. So before the deadline, he was able to finish. So prayer is very, very important. Not every child you see today is intelligent, is super intelligent. But not all of them will certainly reach that goal if we're able to help them out. Everybody has different language they understand when it comes to memorizing or learning. So I think let me just try to just give us those Islamic principles. First of all, prayers. Second, so second one is watching the company of which they keep. Watching the company those children they keep. We know that in Surah Al-Hashr, Quran chapter 59 verse 19, Almighty Allah says, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wa kunu ma'as sadiqin. It is very important that we know those they work with. Although yes, we are only Nazimeen Atfal, but today the economy or the social needs of the parents for the children has given us more responsibilities. So we have to look at who they are mingling with and what are those people they are, having having as their friends. So again, for example, for that, you see, it is not all about where we are, okay? It's not all about they are in office class, because it is within the Jamaat. Let us help ourselves by telling ourselves the truth. For example, I have a colleague that tells me about an habit he picked up in office class. Because yes, it's not Jamaat office class, but it can be in any office class. Let us be frank with ourselves. The habit he picked up there was very bad habit, and it actually hinders him from progress in life generally. Because when you are addicted to anything at all in life, when you are addicted to it, it will hinder your progress. Without that, you will not be able to do other things, right? So he came to me, he said when he was very small, when he was in office class, he picked up this habit. He is very scared of expressing it to his parents and that. I said, no problem. Let's talk about it. And we were in touch on WhatsApp and Facebook. We always, okay, how was today? Hope you are able to go through today without search, without this, without that. The company our children keeps is very important. In the way of the seeker, it is written by Zamza Bashiri Mahmoud that, you see, one day a parent came to the Muslim Maud, the second Khalifa, that my son is asking questions. This is in the way of the seeker, that is asking questions in regards to the presence or existence of Almighty Allah. And that is very delicate. Those are questions that are very delicate. So when, as a Muslim Maud said that you should observe who he sits with in class. You should observe who he sits with in class and change the position he sits in class. Then the parents give some answers to the boy and changed and went to the school and requested that he want the sitting place of his boy to be swapped with another person. And from there on, the question reduces. You see, the company that we keep always has effect on us, either direct or indirect. So then the third one is wisdom. Wisdom is very important. You know in Surah Quran chapter 16 verse 126. Almighty Allah says, "ادعوا إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجاهدهم بالتي هي أحسن," which is that we should call to the way of our Lord. We definitely know that we are calling these children, we are helping them to be able to fulfill the right unto Almighty Allah. Yeah, Surah An-Nahl, Quran chapter 16 verse 126. So we said, "Ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati wal maw'izati al hasana وَجَادِلْهُمْ بِالَّتِي هِيَ أَحْسَنُ. We definitely know that it's very important to be moderate in our teachings with them. That's why we know that wisdom demands moderation. As the Islam has said that Khairul Umur Awsatuha, we should be moderate in our dealings with them. Now let me just brief us about law. We definitely know, as I've quoted in the early Quran verse that I read, in Surah Al-Imran, Quran chapter 16, verse 160, Almighty Allah has said that Quran chapter 3, verse 160, that's Surah Al-Imran, Almighty Allah said, فَبِمَا رَحْمَةٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ لِنْتَ لَهُمْ وَلَوْ كُنْتَ فَضًّا غَلِيظَ الْقَلْبِ لَانفَضُّوا مِنْ حَوْلِكَ. You see, in this verse, it is very essential that we understand that we have to pray to be a good teacher. You see, Almighty Allah said, it is because of the mercy of Allah that you are kind-hearted towards them. You see, it is not our own effort or our own conscious deed that we want to be merciful towards them. Sometimes when nobody is above that attribute of hunger, all of us, we have that attribute. It's only we pray to Almighty Allah to help us to manipulate it and manage it. So we should be kind-hearted towards them, and this is one of the characteristics of the Holy Prophet Islam, is unending blessing attribute, one of the attributes that Almighty Allah so much love. We know definitely that that is the best example for us. And as well, we should understand that the promised Messiah والسلام, himself said in Matthew volume 2, verse page 4. He said, an individual with the self-respect and self-control who is also forbearing and dignified has the right to correct a child to a certain extent or guide the child. But a wrathful and hot-headed person who is easily provoked is not fit to be a guardian of the children. You see, a kind-hearted person who has self-control he has the right, to correct, to tell them what to do, which means we have more assignment on our own self, even before we start teaching the children. So, and that same page, if you just read Matthew volume 2, verse page 4, the same page, the promise that Islam talking about beating children. He said that we should not beat children. He said, beating of children is an act which can be termed as a sort of polytheism. That is shirk, polytheism. That he said, it actually means that the ill-tempered person make himself a partner of God in giving guidance and sustaining the creature. In this, we should understand this saying of the promised Messiah that, when you yourself, you are not in the first category. Do you understand? You are not self-control. You are not kind-hearted. You yourself morally not upright. Then you are coming in to say, yes, do this, do that. No. We must do the assignment on our own, on ourselves rather. Then we stand the chance to correct them, mold them, and help them grow. And again, the Prophet said in the end of that page, he said, I wish that instead of punishing children, parents would resort to prayers, meaning we ourselves, because we are teaching them. The Holy Prophet has said, the teachers are fathers. So we that we are teaching them, meaning that we are teaching them. Again, the Prophet said, I wish that instead of punishing children, parents would resort to prayers and would make it an habit to supplicate earnestly for their children, as the supplications of the parents for their children are particularly accepted by God. This also in the same page, page 4, volume 2 of Matthew. This shows us that we have more to do. We have ourselves to reform before we go out there to, state out punishments and other things for the children. And I hope that we would be able to reform ourselves and put ourselves in a position to, inculcate, to be emulated. Because the Naib Sadar South East, Mualim, Sulaiman Bashiruddin Sahib. He was the one that trained me from childhood, from small age like this. My recitation of the Quran, Salam Qabla Kalam, the hand that gives better than the Aliyah Khuliya, he was the one that teach me everything, everything. And I want to become a missionary today, or I am a Muslim today because of him. I felt I love him. I just want to be a missionary like him. So this shows us that children emulate us, either our good habits or bad. They do not have that sieving methodology to sieve it. This is good, this is bad. That's why you see children poking their hands in the electric socket. They don't know. Because they see you putting something in there, they also want to just do the same. I hope and pray that Almighty Allah help us, that we would be able to reform ourselves. Then Almighty Allah accept our prayers and supplication of the on the Atfals and make them great leaders of tomorrow and be able to serve humanity and be able to be pride of the Jamaat Ahmadiyya at large. And I say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I done. Oh, why are you smiling?
It was smiling.
It was smiling. If you are following attentively, you could observe that we've actually been saying the same thing differently. Saying the same thing differently. Referencing to our first virtual lecturer, our physical lecturers, we actually say the same thing, which is we want our children to have the goodness of both worlds, this world and the hereafter, and that onus lies on the parents and we as men at fact. May Almighty Allah make this task easy for every one of us. We've been told that our first lecturer will be making his presentation virtually. So let's hold on to him while he starts. So Brother Kintobi Abdulhakim Sahib is our first lecturer. So it's online. Our first lecture should be from our respected Mali, but due to the fact that we are having our second lecturer physically present with us, that is why we took the second lecture first. Apologies for that, sir. Please, respected Brother Kintobi Abdulhakim Sahib, you have the floor, sir.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I am very sorry for coming in late because ordinarily I have joined you somewhere around past 10. But due to an assignment given to us by respected Amir, so I decided to be on transit so that we can make it up for ourselves. Ordinarily, yesterday night supposed to be for this lecture. So the topic before me is towards tomorrow, a critical review on our efforts so far. Are we doing enough? I will start by reciting from the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Ashr, verse 19. Ba'da billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wal tanzur nafsum ma qaddamat lighadin wattaqullaha innallaha khabirun bima ta'malun. All you believe, fear Allah, and let every soul look to what is sent forth tomorrow, and fear Allah. Verily, Allah is well aware of what you do. Under the commentary, the root cause of all sin is neglect and negligence. The believers here are enjoined to take care of tomorrow, and there could be no real moral or spiritual progress without a sure, sincere, and true belief in God. The underlying word is moral, which means there is need for us to evaluate our performances of last year, to know whether we are on the platform in which the central body actually wants us to be. Are we doing it well so that we can improve on them, or we are still being found wanting in one way or the other? If you ask me who is in the best position to do justice to the review of our efforts, I would say the office of the Mutamid Atfal. Nonetheless, let me bring out some of these things that will make us prepare well with the responsibility we are saddled with. We are in the care of the future stars of this Jama'ah. Anything we impact on them stands for their tomorrow, and that is the reason why Allah said we should not be forgetful of our responsibility. وَلَا تَكُونُوا كَالَّذِينَ نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنسَاهُمْ أَنفُسَهُمْ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ. And be not like those who forget Allah, so He has caused to forget their own soul. It is they are the rebellion. Then under the commentary, I'll just read this slightly. Man forgets in three ways. One, he rejects every belief in the existence of God, in which I believe that we are not part of this. He has no real, true, living belief in a supreme being, before whom he shall have to render an account of his deeds. Then three, forgetfulness. So forgetfulness may actually come in when we don't actually do what we are supposed to do regularly. That is holding the classes for the Atfal, having a kind of review of their exercises, using the workbook in which we are actually giving. All those things, I believe, can actually play in that, can bring in forgetfulness. I believe we all know that all that is dished out to us are approved by His Holiness, and that the only channel we can have peace of mind and success is through Khalifa. I always tell people, I always recite this particular verse, that we should be very grateful, we should be happy that we are having this particular leader of us, due to the prophecy of the Holy Prophet Muhammad. He said, we have indeed, those people who actually accept the Imam of the age, they are so much lucky. They are so much lucky in the sense that when they actually took bayah Tata Shajara under this particular tree, Allah knows what exactly is our mind. Then if we now accept or we now take this particular workbook or our responsibility in which we are saddled with, we now take it wholeheartedly. Through it, Allah will now give us peace of mind. Allah will now give us peace of mind on exactly what we are actually putting forward for that tomorrow. So, let me quickly give us some quotes from some philosophers. From Charles Kettering, he said, you can't have a better tomorrow if you are thinking about yesterday all the time. So that means we actually need to look at the present time you are now being asked for. Then another saying says that let us sacrifice our today so that our children can have a better tomorrow. From and another one is coming from Brigham Young. Never let a day pass that you will have to say I will do better tomorrow. All these workshops in which we are giving, they are giving it also that we can actually know our responsibility. If we are to review our exercises, we know that quite a number of us, we are not doing the needful. Though we have some various challenges, but what can actually give us solution to these challenges is by taking care of the children. I have experience of such very well, and I know quite all right that teaching children has actually helped me in one way or the other. I don't take things serious, ordinarily, but taking way of actually doing it. And alhamdulillah today, I can Yeah, sorry for the break in transmission. Let me now start by actually, taking a review here, starting from our spiritual life. And our review will start from this, our spiritual life. If we ask ourselves now, how many of us are observing our 5 daily prayer regularly? How many of us? That to make that review, we actually ask to do. How many of us are observing our prayer regularly? We will see that in most of his interaction with many that, and many of those Jamaat in which he has had meeting with, he always asks them to be regular in their prayers, 5 daily prayers, because that's one of the pillars of Islam. How many of us, we ask ourselves? Because those children in which we are talking about are looking at us, and that's why during the lifetime of the 4th Caliph, Rahimahullah, he said there was somebody who was actually watching him, whether he was taking his right foot into the mosque for 5 years before he accepted the Jamaat. So for good 5 years, he was looking at him whether he would make a mistake of putting left leg before the right leg. But how many of us are regular in our prayers? Those children are looking at us whether we are joining the congregation prayer or not. If we are not enjoying the congregation prayer, then we are not doing it. Then what about our tahajjud? If we actually want to strengthen our children very well, it is not easy to teach. So Allah has commanded us that we have to teach them the good, we have to teach them wisdom, we have to purify. Them, but what you don't have, you cannot give. If you don't purify yourself, you don't have a kind of level of spiritual inclination. We ask ourselves now, how many of us are that? And another one is for our mode of dressing. I'm going to say that there is no cap, it's not compulsory that you talk. I know quite alright in the past back very well. I have some teachers who are known about this thing. We are at school, and they will always see us using no cap. So mode of dressing, some people wear pencil, they are wearing carrots. Wear trousers that are very good, not pencil or carrots. Those ones that will actually very stick to your body.
Between that, carrots.
Those children are looking at us to actually dress properly. He says, when they pray with humbleness. They pray, in a way of submissiveness. Those people that actually, do very well with their zakat, they give out alms. We run away from something that are, that are not useful. Idleness. And that is exactly what the second Khalifa called idleness. Saying somewhere and talking, gisting, chatting on phone while you are taking the class. Using your chatting and studying that teaching at Atfal while you are teaching them. All those things those children are looking at, and you don't want them to distract the class. You're also distracting the class. So when you are before them, you actually need to put your phone in silent. Do it in such a way that those children will see you having a manner. I can remember one of our Baba, there was a day he now came late. It never happened before. One of those at Atfal was now saying that, Baba, you came late today. Baba now gave the team blue again. He had beat me. So what we are saying in essence is that we need to be up to a very, a good block that does not show our nakedness. Then another thing is that our moral inclination. There are some years ago, we we actually, in some recent time, we see some, people who are now engaged in, teaching of Atfal. You exchange, you're moving battery, exchanging the battery of a battery. And that's the reason why we need to stand right. We need to, the children should see us as somebody who are have we been writing letter to His Holiness? Have we been writing letter to His Holiness? I told us sometimes ago that there is no way by which we can actually have any comfort without writing letter to our Uzo. Most of us think that we can just do away, we are prayer warriors. We are not prayer warriors. You cannot compare the prayer of our holiness with that of your prayer. And that is why Allah has told Muslims that don't compare the way the Prophet Islam talks or his own way of life with that of yours. So we cannot compare the way the Prophet Islam actually talks to God with that of us. The oldest personality on earth that we know today is our Khalifa, and that's the reason why we need to contact him. Write letter regularly on behalf of those children to him. Write letter regularly on our own behalf, our own way of life. We want to study, we want to have our academic life to go on smoothly. Are you getting that? Being in school does not stop us from actually teaching afar. You can be in another state, where you are having where you are being a student there, but you can also find a way of going on Sundays to those mosques to also have classes with these children. Many of us think that anytime we get to school, there is no need for us to take these children any longer. I'm sorry that we are having some kind of discussion from my head. So what we are saying in essence is that we need to always find a way of connecting our Khalifa, write letter to him at any point in time. We need to always write letter to him. Aside from that, our academic life, we should not just stand aloof and think that we can only be teaching at Atfal. We should also find a way of seeking knowledge more. Going to schools, college of education, university, and some other things, we have to involve ourselves in it. Because if you don't do that, there is no way by which you can actually meet up with the standards in which you are actually seeing some questions coming from these children. We have to be connected at all times. Then on our syllabus implementation, I don't know, because I've actually visited some areas in which some of them have not been doing well as regards syllabus, as regards our workbook. And I know our central point, which is the Motamim office, have been doing a lot of work in sending this material to us, giving out assessment to our children at any point in time. How far have you been going with the workbook that we are giving to you? How far are we doing it? Are we bringing another syllabus for our children? We have a standard. We said all these things they are teaching out to us are those things that are approved by His Holiness. And if you say something has been approved by His Holiness, that means it is blessed. It has a lot of blessing in it. And that's the reason why we don't actually said one thing the other time, that quite enough of us do only allow those children to memorize this or this. But we have not been finding a way of seeing that how applied those knowledge are in those children. We need applied knowledge. I'm not actually memorizing. I actually had such experience before. When a parent, I think that should be in maybe somewhere around 1997 or 1998, when a particular mother was actually saying that, yes, this particular hadith in which you are actually dishing out to these children are very good, but how is it being applied? Because he noticed his son is actually not actually following this particular, and that is exactly what we are actually talking about. If you are actually dishing out teachings to our children and they don't apply such knowledge, we are only allowing them to cram or to memorize. It will not do them any good. Anyway, so that's the reason why we need to be very, very careful. So implementation of our syllabus, now those children in terms of their salat, observance of prayer, are they listening to Friday sermon of the Uzur Agdas? Are we also doing the same? Are we taking care of the attachment to know the number of students or children that actually come for dance this week, and how many of them are also coming the following week? Have we been noticing that? Improving recitation of the Holy Quran is very key. Atfal of all ages should be evaluated on correctness and fluency of the Arabic recitation and pair with Jamaat elders who can help them practice daily. If there are any Atfal that are struggling to recite, especially, their parents should be contacted to develop a plan for helping them to improve. This week with Halifa in recent time has actually gone very high in recent time. If you have actually been teaching out a lot of things, you will see that quite a number of our Atfal in some other countries are doing wonderfully well. And in which we are also, I love a particular video clip that was actually done recently that was used during the Jalsa Salana. Many of us actually watch it online. That our Atfal can do best, they can be the best in their own world. And they are doing wonderfully well. If those areas in which those children are being picked, the Nazimeen Atfal are not doing very well, they won't have actually seen those children to be picked for that particular recording. And those children were picked during the Jalsa Salana. And how wonderful the particular video was, talking about Jalsa Salana. Then let me quickly now go through some of those creative ideas for Atfal secretaries. Yes, there should be some spotlighting initiative for us, to help those children in one way or the other, that will actually, help us to improve in the way we actually dish out knowledge to these children. You can even seek for, submission from some members of the Jama. How can we make Atfal classes more engaging? We have to be playing clips of Uzur during his question and answer with this Atfal. It's very important. General knowledge questions to be asked and discussed in Atfal classes, they are important. Run a leaderboard section of whoever gets best monthly award and give as book. Allow Atfal to talk to each other. Before the lockdown, Atfal were able to talk to each other during the classes. Even if it was during the break or before or after class. Now there are less opportunity in some other countries, yes, but in our country, Allah has actually given us another opportunity. Get Atfal to talk about their daily routines. Get Atfal to read a paragraph each from, for example, Atfal Book of the Year, Old Parents Evenings. Empower Atfal by asking Atfal on how they would like the classes to be run. There are sometimes we do that. Letting them have an input so they take a keener interest. Run quizzes using online platforms such as Kahoot that we normally use. Magic School has actually used it before. Yes, we can use it. Hold local level discussion on current affairs. Talk about things as far like, for example, football. Bringing in role models. I think our Zur has actually even talked about this one time. We organize sports. That's what actually brought about this sports festival team. We can also have a particular sport television. Or if you actually Atfal to teach the younger Atfal or make presentations, it can bring the eyes and be more comfortable. Yes, teachers should use virtuals and presentation for making classes more engaging. Sometimes many of us are having knowledge of computers in recent time. I think you can do that. There are some schools who are posting out packages to students which are received very well by students. They contain pencil, pen, book, etc. Something similar can be done by local Nazimeen, whereby they deliver something to the Atfal doors, give the Atfal a package. Could even deliver things like Atfal Salat diary along with a chocolate box or anything, talking about snacks that we can give them. Don't think like a teacher, but think like a friend. When taking the attendance, ask a question like, what is your favorite color? etc. After some time, Atfal will become more comfortable. Because some of us, those children are not comfortable with us when we teach them. And that's the reason why they are not learning anything. They are not absorbing anything. What we has actually said is those references brought. So all these things, I want us to actually take note of this. We actually need to look at it very well. Then, how can we, see how to dismanage should also be incorporated? I think we have been doing that. I think we can improve on those things very well. Then, let us look at those, POIDAT stats that we are. We're supposed to be doing, we actually need to run local Atfal classes weekly, and that you can also see that. Admin, can you help me with it? Can I go on?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, let me do that.
He's trying to share his screen.
Nazimeen Atfal, but class of Atfal classes. The four-stage mechanism. They said we cover the following topics. What is the time syllabus for Atfal to use in local? I think what are the resources you need for running the four-stage mechanism? How do you run the four-stage mechanism? Test-based methodology, the importance of rewarding Atfal. What do you do in the weeks where there is no test? So we use 2 tips. Let me play. Okay, sorry. Yes. 1. Cater for gaining abilities. The 4-stage mechanism makes the teaching of the what to learn syllabus easy in the class format where there are people of varying abilities. People can actually help them to improve on their activities in class. Encourage the desire to excel. Not only track Atfal progress, it encourages local secretaries to reward Atfal for progressing through one stage to the next. This will encourage healthy competition amongst Atfal and create a desire to progress. What are the resources you need for running the 4-stage mechanism? Then you need this particular booklet in which we are talking about. Then you have the stage mechanism tracker, which is for the local Nazimeen Atfal or the teacher. It is used to keep record of where each TFLU is in making their way through the syllabus. You will notice you can switch between stages by clicking, okay, that is their own application. You will also notice that each of the checklists in the tracker is the same as what is in the PDF.
Inshallah, this with permission.
So let us now look at the 4 stages of the mechanism. Under the 4 stages, they have like 7 segments that have actually been put in the workbook. We have 4 items underneath. We have Salat. They have to memory. They have to know the name of daily Salat, Niyah, complete prayer, Tamid, and all the rest. And you see it. We have the history. We have the poems and literature and all the rest we are talking about. This is a particular Excel sheet that will give you, the analysis of what you are going to record for those children which we are talking about. Their basic learning, how can you assess their performances, how can we do a lot of things with them, can we see? So how do you run the 4-stage mechanism test-based methodology or the class test? Or a class test. Or the class test when you have decided that you are going to start running the 4-stage mechanism in your POIDAT. The first action point for you is to hold the class test. Why? Well, for a teacher or a Nazimeen Atfal to know what each TFLU needs to learn, they need to know what each TFLU already knows. So the class test is the most important and perhaps the most obvious first step. How to conduct the test. Start from stage 1. All Atfal must start from stage 1. Everyone must be tested on stage 1 before they can be added to stage 2. I think we can all note it. Test each checkpoint. Test each TFLU on each checkpoint of the stage 1 or a position of it. Record the data and update the track as we have shown to us. You should record it. Once you have tested the TFLU on a portion, make sure.
Normally counterback. I was trying to pass.
Okay, you can go ahead. You want to pass something?
Right, sir.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry for the because of the network of the area in which I am. I'm sorry. So, okay, let me share it once again. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry for the brain transmission. So Tiflu should keep his own record too. Yes, the Tiflu should print out a copy of PDF. I think we should also make provision for them to also accept themselves, and see how they can actually improve on this. Then set the next test date. Run the test every 5 weeks. After, I think we all have the program at hand. I think we know the time we are going to test our children. But after initial test, set a date for the next test. The test should take place after 5 weeks again. So every 5 weeks, hold the test. Moving from one stage to the next, if a Tiflu have ticked off everything on stage 1, their name can be removed from stage 1 and added to stage 2. So all these things will help us to actually help our Atfal. So then the importance of rewarding your Atfal. Now that Atfal have been taken back in test again and you have updated the tracker, you should be able to tell which Atfal fulfill their target of learning at least 3 new things since their last test. It is very important now that you reward the Atfal. Do this by what? By acknowledging those who have done their homework of learning 3 new things, acknowledge them in class, read out their names, encouraging the weak, those who haven't learned them, encourage them to do better next time in a kind and considerate manner. Perhaps do this in private or by speaking to the Tiflu or the parents to understand their concerns and challenges. Giving prizes, give out prizes to Atfal who have learned 3 new things. If you have too many Atfal, then prioritize those who have learned the most. Try to give out the prizes in a Jamaat event or do it in the next class. So, creating a leaderboard, a suggestion should be to create a leaderboard to highlight achievement of those Atfal who are doing particularly well. Well, what do you do in the weeks where there is no test? Now the question is, what do you do for the 4 weeks? That's covering Tarbiyat or Tabligh related issues and fun activities. Then use Atfal class presentation and quizzes on your website for those Atfal. So some useful tips, follow up with them one-to-one so that you can update the tracker for the tip. Rewards, not only promise this, but actually deliver them. Answer to some frequently asked questions. What if you have a teacher in each breakout room or station? This means on Thursday, you will need to have more than one person available to take tests and update the tracker. So you will have to plan your test day well. Can you choose to do tests at a different interval than every 5 weeks? Yes, you can do so. However, you should discuss this discussion with the National Atfal Talim team, that is the MKAN. It's not all Atfal will be able to do, especially the poem section for those Atfal who can speak some languages. So these are being done by the Talim of Atfal UK. So what we are saying in essence is that all these things can be made use of in order for us that we can improve in our activities. And there are some 8 important teaching competencies which I want to also go through, that I want us to quickly look at. Methods, that we can actually use to help those children. Assessment use to plan and adjust instruction. All those things are very, very key to our classroom, because if you don't make use of those things, there is no particular time they are not ready to actually take these particular children to a very high way. A lot of Brother Mbashi normally, bring some kind of examples in which I've actually learned from. And some of our fathers here and there. We need to improve on our activities, the way we use. We need to have passion for this particular job in which we are saddled with. Do we normally have parental meeting with this? We normally have a meeting with the parents. Do we have a guide for it? What is the parent meeting? Parent meeting are an opportunity for Atfal parents to learn more about what is happening in the local corridors for the Atfal. It is also an important opportunity for parents to ask questions about the activities and get more information. Parents can share their feedback and give comments about the future of the local activities and what they wish to have their local corridors. How often should a parents meeting be happening? It should be held every quarter, as my own suggestion, or at least 3 times a year. Yes. How should you structure the parent meeting? The parent meeting should commence with tilawa and end with dua. It should probably include presentation about what is happening in the Atfal classes and what sports and fun activities are being organized by the Qaidat. It should also include information about regional and national initiatives. Parent meeting should also include an opportunity for parents to ask questions and share their feedback. Local Nazimeen can decide on structure of how the parent meeting is otherwise run. Then, should parent meeting be held at local or regional level? The parent meeting should happen at local level. If any particular area wishes to organize an additional parent meeting on top of local one, you can do so. Who conduct the parent meeting? We have the local Nazimeen should primarily conduct the meeting. However, if the local Nazimeen cannot do so, then either the regional Nazimeen Atfal is in that area or the local Qaidat can do so. Or the Naib Sada in the area can do so. Where should the parent meeting be held? The local Nazimeen also with the local Qaidat can decide to do either in person or online. If you know that some areas are very far, we can do it online. As we are doing it now, we are doing it in the hybrid session. Who needs to join the meeting? Those people that need to join the meeting, you Nazimeen Atfal will be there, local Nazimeen Atfal will be there, state Nazimeen Atfal should be there, local Qaidat, local Murabi Atfal should be there. All those people need to be there because we are talking about our children. Sometimes we should take our meeting, our our educational activities of our Atfal to the Jamaat meeting. It should be part of the agenda, because if you are not building, most of Jamaat now are building mosques. I normally ask, we are building mosques, we are not building children that will actually stay in the mosque. And our responsibility as Nazimeen Atfal, we own the responsibility, and that's the future of our children. We need to be very, very careful in what we dish out to our children. Very important. Then let me also, tell us that we should not be fearful of questions being asked by Atfal. When they ask questions, we should take their questions seriously. If you don't know it, say I don't know it. If you don't know it, say I don't know it. And also, Allah has actually given the teacher some kind of wisdom, that you can even tell them to go and do it as an assignment. Let them go and do it as an assignment. I could remember one teacher of mine actually said that when he was in primary school, he asked his own teacher in the secondary school that what is the botanical name for Ewedu. He now gave him a wrong answer. When he got to our institution, he noticed it and was very bitter. He was he was very happy because in the home economic class, the teacher said that I will not allow anybody to prepare Ewedu here until you know the name of or the botanical name for Ewedu. He now said one thing and it was wrong. The teacher said you are wrong. He said when he now told him that it's Kukuros or Litoros, he was not happy with the teacher that the teacher has actually gave them the wrong information, and that can actually mar that particular child for life. And that's the reason why we need to be very, very, very careful in what we do on Fashion to our children. You should ask our children, can I take the elementary classes? There are some of us, we cannot take the elementary classes. There are some of us cannot take the elementary classes. Maybe, I don't know, VIP or this thing. If you cannot take it, let the organizers know. If I am why, sir?
Please check your chat, sir. Chat.
My chat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, WhatsApp or okay, normal chat.
This Zoom chat.
Okay, the time is up. Okay, so I would just advise us to actually, take to our responsibility as we have actually been advised by the previous speakers. Likewise, what we are actually dishing out to us, we have actually reviewed our performance, but we cannot review except if we actually assess it at the central point. Allah enable us to do the needful. He assist us in all our endeavors.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khairan, sir. Please, sir, I sent some messages to your chats.
Okay, sir.
Please check it. Yes, sir. We are actually requesting for the soft copy.
Okay, the soft copy. I will do the last piece.
Jazakumullah khairan. Jazakallahu khairan once again to our respected Wali, respected Brother Abdul Hakim. I think to be one that Allah strengthen you in wealth and knowledge. Our members on virtual. Ekiti Lako, are we there? Ekiti Lako. Ekiti Lako, are we there? Please, let's see your face. Let's see your face. Ali Mosho Dila, stand by. Ali Mosho Dila, stand by. Ekiti Lako, are you there? Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Ali Mosho. Wa alaikum salam wa barakatuh. Akinyele Dila. Akinyele Dila. Your video, sir. Wa alaikum barakatuh. Your video, let's see our members. Where are the others? I want to come closer. Kindly unmute yourself. Where are the other Nazimeen Atfal from Akinyele?
We only have the population this morning.
That is general.
They are coming to us.
We requested for a candidate from each form. Akinyele, please call your members. Apata Dila, let's see your face. Apata Dila. Ipaja Yobo, you are welcome to our list. You don't sing since yesterday. Ipaja Yobo. Ipaja Yobo Dila. Ipaja Yobo, Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. Lagos Mainland Circuit. Lagos Mainland Circuit. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let's see your face, sir. Turn on your video. How many are you there, sir? How many are you there?
Actually, I'm the one attending it. We have two MKAN. The person that was supposed to represent the dealer was not available. Because the other MKAN was present with it there. So, the other MKAN, none of them is available. So, I'm the one that representing.
Okay, Lagos Mainland. Lagos Mainland dealer. Where are you, sir? Please, please. Lagos dealer. Please, can you show your video? Let's see your video, sir. How many of you are there, sir? Five. Okay. Give me your name, sir. Your name, sir.
Name of everybody, I be just.
One. Give them, let them be saying their name to the phone. One by one. وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. جزاك الله خيرا. جزاك الله خيرا. Other Yelakot and Delat that have been together with us yesterday, we signed you, we see you, are saying the slip to you. We are trying to do a roll call to the new joining members. Jazak Allah khairan. Meanwhile, kindly send your technique to the chat box. Virtual members, send your technique. Kindly send your technique to the chat box. Your dealer and your figure of participant. Please, let it be a sincere report. Jazak Allah khairan. We observe some internet glitch during the last concluded lecture. Meanwhile, our respected Mobi has been saddled with the responsibility of giving a brief and concise summary of the lecture in just 5 minutes. And to see the facial expression of our members that how beautiful the presentation was, but the glitch was like interfering. So in order to have a concise knowledge and idea of the subject matter, our respected officer is going to give us a brief of the topic in 5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Towards tomorrow, a critical review of our efforts so far. So, respected Rakit Bisari was telling us to be a role model ourselves. We should make whatever we are teaching them something we practice. So, for example, the 5 daily prayers, we said that we ourselves are we observing our 5 daily prayers. And cite the example of someone who was observing the 4th Khalifa for a good 5 years. If the Khalifa himself, was following the teaching of entering the mosque with the right hands. And again, he cited Surah Al-Mu'minun, Quran chapter 23, verse 1 to 10, talking about Qad Aflaha al-Mu'minun, that those who are teachers as themselves should check what they are doing in accordance with these first 10 verses of Surah Al-Mu'minun, where he was talking about we ourselves, وَهُمْ عَنِ اللَّغْوِ مُعْرِضُونَ. We should turn away from frivolities. Now, when we are teaching the children, we should mind the type of course we pick, the type of, we should not be the means of distraction to whatever we are teaching them. For example, we are just teaching them about morals, and we pick phone up, maybe we are receiving calls, and the next thing is calling names. Like Roscoe, that implies we are not following what we are teaching them, and at the same time, we should be careful about our phones and about how we use them in front of the children. Again, it talks about writing letters to Zur, which I think I can resonate with very well. He said we should not think our prayers are like that of the Zur, as Almighty Allah has warned the believers not to think that their supplications are the same as that of the prophets. So whatever we want to do, we should try our best in our education and in our academics rather, and other life endeavors. We should write it out to do and encourage the Atfals as well to write it out to do. Today, the Sada Sahib this morning was asking me a certain question about the Ghanaian Jamaat. And the fact that they are doing their Jalsa is ongoing. So on their website platform, there are pictures of female likeness. And the Sada was concerned that this is something we should avoid, that the President Khalifa has told us to avoid them, not to put those things up there. And he replied and responded that without making excuses for Jamaats, for the whoever is in the charge of the Facebook account, that they, in Ghana, are somehow far behind when it comes to Tabia with Ahmadiyya, Muslim Jamaat, Nigeria, local Jamaat members as far as I'm concerned. Because I can say proudly that 2017 was the first Atfal Ijtima held in Ghana. So this, yes, 2017, me, Atfal, Abdulrazak, Atobi Sai, who is now teaching in German, Nigeria, Atfal Abdulrazak, Atfal Kwale, who translates Islam to Yoruba, and 3 other Ghanaians were the ones that coordinate with Atfal Ijtima at Accra. So I was explaining to the students that there are certain things that when it comes to the Ghana Jamaat, they are doing better, and there are certain things that are lagging behind. Of course, that's how it could be. The -1+1. When it comes to writing letters to Zoo, they are very diligent in that, and I want us to copy them in that, and not even copy them, but rather surpass them and set examples. Inshallah, that we should try to encourage their class and ourselves write letters to Zoo always. Then he told us about our ways that we can motivate the Atfal, gather them and get to know them properly. He said that when we should note those that are absent, he said that we should note those that are absent, those that come and those that are not around. This also set as welfare for us. For example, the boy is absent from Ilekeu, Madrasa or DAS for this week, next week, and the coming week. So you see him coming today, and you think the next thing is to beat him and address it that you have been absent, this and that, and just without knowing maybe he has been on sick bed, he has some issues and this and that. This, if we are conscious of those attendees, then we'll be able to do visitation, and we can even put that on the welfare reason. So again, he said about sports and games. If you bring about these days, in fact, the zoo in the Mulakot to the zoo, this week with the zoo, he always advises that we should engage our children, we should engage ourselves in physical activities. That there is too much, well, we call it screen time. There is too much screen time. You start with phone, play online games, play all these things. It's not encouraged. In fact, you said we should go out, play football, make different things. So, and the respected Rapid side also reiterate that we should try our best to bring about games. We can do bottle flip and all those other things. We can organize indoor games as well as outside games. And again, he talks about encouraging them to become leaders by asking them that whosoever win this get this, whosoever win that get that. So we can make Rois or prefect among them by means of that. Then he said bringing role models into their midst. We can actually invite people that we also know within the Jamaat that they emulate. There might be lecturers, any other people in different fields to come and just do salam to them and move on. This will also help them. Then he said we should try our best to do local classes weekly. And I guess we can use our digression in this matter, reason being that our locations are varied, and it's kind of have different, it comes with different responsibilities and availability of the children. For example, in Lagos here, in fact, the distance from one person to another is, in my own area, the distance is very far, and I cannot even encourage them to live like that. So we come with a strategy of doing the class from Friday till Saturday morning. From Friday after Juma, they will do a little camping, then they will leave after Zoom prayer on Saturday. So we get chance to teach them one or two things, gather them, and do all this. So I think when we look at our facilities and do whatever we can, sincerely, that would be appreciated, and Almighty Allah will bring it to the good. And then we should, for example, he was telling us also that we should not teach them what we don't know. This is very important. For example, it happens to me. I know respected Southeast, my being online worshipper. He taught me when I was in radio that fast answer means that is handsome. We were doing radio madrasa, and it said fast answer in Surah to Yusuf
means he is handsome, that it is like English word in the Quran. So I picked it up in my head that this is the meaning. When we went to Jamia Nigeria here, and we were doing our human exam, word for word, and I saw it, I just tried it also. Because me also I did not read it. And I read the first handsome means he escaped. Handsome man is to escape. So, you know, maybe wrongfully, whatever, I just picked that from there and I did not even mind. So when we were in school, I learned Alma word for word. When I saw that area, I did not even read it. That particular word when it came, I just put it there. So, because I get to know when I go to Ghana, and I was actually arguing with Mobilano and Olawe, classmates, and I said, when we read that, this is the answer. Go and check the root. So I checked the root word and I said that no. It's like, actually, so we should be careful teaching our children. You know, the brain net of mind and we see with everything we learn. So I think these are a few things. And then I think they said you check the PDF file of those things, so we'll be able to. Okay. We'll try to do that. Because so
we have an exam on it.
Okay.
Okay, so
Jazakallahu khairan. We appreciate our mom Sari for the summary. So now, before we move to the next item, questions, reactions, if there is any. The second lecture, which was first delivered, was perfect teaching methods as an agent of long-lasting impact. Our second lecture was towards the way better tomorrow, a peaceful review on our efforts so far. We will listen to the interwoven topics. They are similar in nature. So what are those things we be able to grab? Or what are those things we think we will ask questions on? We are having like 2 to 3 minutes to entertain and start. Questions? Okay. While we are preparing our lecture, okay, start time. At that, I was told you have an interview. And once we have you as an interview, that Korean consider. Sorry, Urdu. So you can step out for that religious council. Members on the Zoom, Salam alaikum. Look on the side. Snacks break for all participants.
Yes, sir.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
Can you turn on your video? Can you see what I'm seeing? Turn on your video and see something. Wọ́n ti ń gbé nǹkan bẹ̀yìn yín fa. Ṣé wọ́n á kọ́ àwọn bẹ̀yẹn fa? Can you see what I'm seeing? Can you see them?
No, can't see.
You can't see them.
Yes, sir. Can't see anything.
Don't you see me?
I hear you.
Hello.
We can't say anything.
Hold on. I don't want you to hear. I want you to see us. See something. They show you something now.
We can't see you. Only you are seeing, sir.
It's only me you are seeing. We are seeing them too. Don't be only me who are up. We are seeing them. They are having tea. They are start spring. Are you also having start spring?
No, yeah.
Are you seeing it? What?
You can't see anything.
Oh no, you will see it.
Okay, all right, sir.
Can you see it? Okay.
We can't tell.
You can, you should. You can see them.
Yes.
Blank again.
Can't see the game here. We're not too long.
You can see again.
Not too long.
You briefly saw them.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, sorry. They are having a snack break. I was now asking the Mutamin Sahib that, is there any provision for you online? They said charge has been sorted by your organizer. Is that correct? Okay, wait. You have the physical snack break. We have a brother here that wants to give us a spiritual snack break. That one will be impacting than this physical one. Please hold on for him to describe. Basira, they are not seeing us, please.
Yes, can't see.
Please, go ahead.
Before I start singing the Qasida, I'll first of all read it for in Urdu language. And you answer me.
Bismillah wa ala barakatullah.
Remember to remove your car. These are parts of the texture. Blessing will also possess. It's actually a wrong thing that. You do something. You don't celebrate that. None of us are even significant, and we, if you have to be, say Atfal and Atfal session. I am going to be Goro. Ẹni tí wọ́n gbà pé àwa ò wọ̀rọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n bá di lórí á jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ pé tí wọ́n náà bá ká síra. Ojú káwọn mi lè fi kó òṣì síra. Wọ́n ti dé lájì. Let's practice what you preach.
So the one I will read for us, I will read the chorus one. So say it after me. Hey Muhammad. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Now let's say together. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Once again. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Once again. Hey Muhammad. Hey Habibi. Here we go. Mendera. Ashiki. Mendera. Ashiki. Deradil. Dadahu. Mendera. Ashiki. Deradil. Dadahu. Mendera. Ashiki. Deradil. Dadahu. Mendera. Ashiki. Deradil. Dadahu. Once again. Mendera. Ashiki. Deradil. Dadahu.
We can't see you, sir.
Once again. Mendera.
You will see us, you will see us.
Now let's sing it as a song. Hey Muhammad, hey Habibi,
National members, please join us.
Amen.
Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh. Virtual members.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can we try it?
We can try. We can try. We couldn't hear them clearly, very clearly. That is just breaking.
Try the way you heard them. Try what you heard. Don't worry. Only is not the way but to participate. Bismillah. You are doing well. Man of God, Lekiti. You are doing well. You are doing well. Hey, Takbir. Lekiti Lapa. Man of God, Dilia. Shomolu Mukam. Muhammad. No, sit down. There's a name there, Muhammad. So, Apata dealer, please also join us. I can see Apata. Esako dealer, waiting now. Don't be your face with this. Now go to speak with that. Unmute yourself, Esako. I do that. Oshun, Bismillah. Wait. 1, 2, 3, go. Shomolu Mukomi, Apata Dilia, Monaba Dilia, Ekiti. Who else? Others, let's see you. To Alimosho, I can see you. Akinyele. Try now. You are doing well. Ipaja Ayobo, come back. Oh yeah, Ipaja Ayobo, I can see you here talk. Ipaja Ayobo, don't run away. Alimosho Dilia. Sir, Bismillah. Ipaja Ayobo, I can see you. Oh yeah, try. Unmute yourself.
Hey Muhammad, hey Habibi, no, I can't do better more than that.
Try. Lagos Mainland dealer, please come on board. Whether Ibrahim Kazim Olamide, come on board. Bangosha Abdurrafiu from Abeokuta or Abuja. Alimosho, let's see you now. Alimosho dealer. Bangosha Abdurrafiu, Bismillah. Oh, don't worry, just chant it the way you understand. Anyway, Jazakumullah khairan. We're actually trying to connect with our virtual members so that we know we are not alone, we are in this together. Sir? Are you saying something? Okay, Barakallah of you. Okay. Okay. Go with the meaning. Briefly, sir.
O Muhammad, O lover of God, I am your lover, I am your admirer. Though the bodies are two, so the soul is one. Why then will I not be such an humble servant of yours? Oh my beloved, please give me support. I am helpless and lonely. So let the tasty leaves comfort to drink. My love is greater than every other love. To sacrifice my life on your path. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakallah khairan for that unique occasion of consider. Jazakallah khairan. So next on our program is topic number 3 by our respected Murabil Atfal Sahib, stating the challenges facing Atfal Andla in the recent time. So our father is going to do justice to the topic in 30 minutes. So we have more 2 topics to do. This is the third and the last one. That's behind the session for this year, National Atfal Workshop. Our members on Zoom, we're having our father that's going to take us through the topic just said. Please listen attentively. We are approaching the end of the session. Please bear with us. Jazakumullah khairan.
Barakallahu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala rasulil karim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. We thank Almighty Allah who has blessed us with the blessing of being part of this program. May Almighty Allah continue to preserve every single one of us upon goodness. The Sadaf Sahib in absentia, my able Naif Sadar admin that we have been coming, you don't think the way you would put it. My respected Murphy side that has respected Murphy side that has support us, nourish us with that spiritual leading lecture. May the topic before me as given is stemming the challenges facing Atfal handlers in recent time. I will crave the indulgence of Mr. Chairman and the organizer to allow me to restructure the topic in such a way that will be beneficial to A for Apple like myself. Please, can we change that stemming to either curbing or stopping? That is, stopping the challenges facing Atfal handlers in recent time. I think that is more, yes. So please, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, the challenges has been highlighted yesterday night. In fact, most of the lecturers has been helping me to do my job. In fact, by now, I have every excuses in this world to say that I have delivered my lecture through Murphy Sahib, Brother Blackie Makintobi Sahib, the yesterday's session. Because according to Brother Abdul Latif Akindele from Pakoyi Mukom, Oyodilia, yesterday night, he said that parents are not cooperating and they are having challenges that, according to Naif Sadasai, that half a Mukom has not been doing their dance for over a year. Brother Abdul Razak Idowu from Osun Ilako yesterday night talked about parents and our syllabus. Brother Iksan Ahmad, Shomolu Lagos mainland, yesterday night talked about our syllabus and how we should expose our Atfal to sexual education and drug addict. Brother Abdul Hakim Osikweme from Edo Delta yesterday night discussed the challenges of distance. The same thing applies to our brother from Ikiti and lack of cooperation on the part of their children. Even online here, we have a brother Abdul Ghaffar Adeniran from Ibadan Dilia that came here to give us challenge. We are having more than enough challenges. And I can't blame Brother Abdul Ghaffar. You know, he's from Ibadan Dilia, and I think challenge is still under Ibadan Dilia. So he won't lack, that's why we don't lack a challenge. So enough of challenges. Even the one we have from a challenge will come. So may Almighty Allah assist us. As a result of identified challenges, we can just go through those identified ones. Those are lack of interest from leadership of the Jamaat. I am sorry to say that, but we just have to say it. At the end of the day, we will agree whether the interest is there. When we say lack of interest, that doesn't mean there is no attempt, there is no effort. You know, there is no absolute pass. Sorry, I'm a teacher. No absolute pass and there is no absolute failure. For anybody that scored 120 in doubt, the person has done what? He has failed. And he scored 120. 120 is not easy to come by. And if you score 350 or 370, we say, he has done wonderfully well. What happened to the remaining 30 marks? So there is no absolute pass and there is no absolute failure. I have never said that the leadership of the Jamaat has not put in effort, but I think there is need for improvement. Lack of adequate training for handlers. Lack of adequate training for handlers. I don't know of any other person, but what I know of myself is that I am better than the way I came here yesterday. Without this training, I would have still remained the same as I was yesterday. That is essence of training. No matter how good this training is, no matter how good what you had yesterday night is or this morning as your is it dinner or breakfast this morning, you can't say before because it is good, so there won't be need for any meal again. Can it be sustainable? If the answer is no, one in a lifetime training is not a training, as one in a lifetime meal will not be adequate for our survival. Then lack of understanding of Atfal behavior and background by the handlers. Those are the challenges. Though we are the handlers, it is so painful that we don't even understand, sorry to say, what we are doing. We don't understand the Atfal that we are dealing with. I am sorry to say that some of them are clever. They are more clever than some of us. because as you are seeing me, not you, you can't argue with that I am of analog generation. Majority of them, sorry to say, are internet pikin. So they are better, far better. And let me share one experience with you. When my daughter, after delivery, came from hospital, after her safe delivery, young boy of 4 years, "Mommy, you are welcome. Did they cut your stomach or you push?" And the mother was surprised that, this question, and before then, he has been asking series of questions that they don't know how he can come about those things, not knowing that the young boy know what I don't know. He know that you can ask questions on YouTube through voice because he can't type. He will just go to the phone, he will go to YouTube voice how to deliver a baby. And you know YouTube will give more than enough information. Yes. You know, he's not really reading. He will just be listening. He will be watching. That is what I mean by internet pikin. So don't undermine the information they possess. And you are going to do that at your own peril. So I think I mentioned what? What was the last point? Yes, that is, we lack understanding of so then lack of adequate parental cooperation. We have that has been flogged and we continue to flog that till the day of accountability. I am not causing, but it was said yesterday, and according to the big A model by the Noif Sadaf Sai, that bó ti wà ní àtìtìkọ́ ṣe ó ń bẹ nísinsìnyí bẹ́ẹ̀ ni yóò ṣe máa rí nígbà gbogbo ayé àìnípẹ̀kun ní ìrántí fàmì sí. So as a result of that, so lack of parental cooperation, then lack of adequate provision for Atfal programs, adequate provision that has to do with both handlers and handlers, parents, and the admin. Ọ̀gá mi fẹ́ móríbọ́, ọ̀gá mi and the parents. Our leadership are redemption. That is the arrival of the Sadaf Sahib. To me, we just have him as a Sadaf, but he's a Nazimeen Atfal. And I have reason to say that my first contact with him, he can't recollect. In fact, I looked for him for over 5 years after that contact because he wasn't too known then. I'm sorry to say that. Dealing with Atfal, may Allah bless that effort. As I was saying, lack of adequate parental cooperation, the immorality and lack of required knowledge of some handlers. Those are the challenges. It's also a challenge. In fact, really, Atfal handler is one of the major challenges of Atfal handling. So I don't know how to put that. Then balancing different learning style that has been rightly taken care by our officer. You know, his own, like I said yesterday, We have high flyers among students. We have low learner. We have some that will understand what you say today. Even among us here, don't let us restrict it to Atfal. We have some of us. We will know 2 days before exam, we will carry that textbook, we will know, and after exam, we will not remember again. And we have some of us that will take eternity to understand those little points. And after exam, in fact, 5 years to come, the thing will still be there. The same way we have it at this level, so also we have it among our children. But some of us are not considering that aspect. Then, inability of handlers to pray. And you know, the way they used to say, prayer is their master key. So, without prayer, there is nothing. So, then, like I said, lack of required interest from leadership of the Jamaat. I am sorry to say this, but I will just say it. And it's even painful that the main leaders are here. And during the last spelling bee contest for our primary school students, I don't know whether that is fortunate or unfortunate. All I know that I was part of the team that organized the program. And because of the program, we need to call some circuit president, maybe because of one thing or the other, maybe because of extension or the other, maybe because of the mix-up in the name or the other. You cannot believe throughout the duration of that program, Agege, precisely circuit president, was with those children. And we called some circuit presidents and they don't even know the program is going on. Ṣé wọ́n ti ń ṣe ni ibo náà ti ń ṣe àwọn tó wà níbẹ̀ àmọ́? That is what I mean, lack of interest and support from the leadership of the Jamaat. And we have many circuit presidents like that. Sorry to say, many Dilia Koidin like that. Because even we have many Atfal handlers like that. Sincerely speaking, if as an Atfal handler, you are part of supporting a team of that mathematics competition and what is it called? That spelling bee, please raise up your hand. Alhamdulillah, I know it won't be 100%. And it's supposed to. At Atfal handler, it's not about, because then, why the problem? The problem is that it's the responsibility of Talim now, it's the Talim office that is organizing the program. A boy of primary school age is automatically member of Majlis Atfal. And anything that happened to him is your responsibility. Even in school, the way we were told yesterday. So, like I said we are the problem, or we are part of the problem. And we are the most functional, Atfal handler, officers of the Jamaat. Because financial secretary has nothing to do beyond money. Talim secretary to teach. Secretary is money about sport and health perhaps. Welfare, maybe food, then siafa, cooking and hospitality. Atfal handler will do everything. Tarbiyah, non-mobile, because you have some Atfal that are coming in with their parents. Without, yes, they will cook, they will cancel, they will do many things. They will do it. Mention it, they collect money. They sport, they are there. Counseling, they were there. Brother Planty Makitobi will be talking about craft and every other thing. You cancel and you know many things about their school. Let me share this experience with you. I don't know if I should mention it because the person is well known. He's a respected member of this, a respected missionary of this Jamaat that is doing wonderfully well. But very tough. And I don't want to use the word stubborn. As a child, there was a day, because then that's one of our responsibility as Atfal landlord. There are some houses I must touch every night, and they are far away to my house. And I think some people here can testify to that. Sorry, can you stand up? That's why it is very painful that you didn't put on cap yesterday and today. So, and for those that know me, they know that if I don't know anything, I know how to put on cap, even on shirt and trouser. Please sit down. I will have to touch those houses every blessed night of my life. On getting to that house on that very particular night, may Allah forgive me, I don't respect their privacy, because I know I'm supposed to be their privacy. I will check their phone, check everything. On checking their bag and the what is in your pocket, I find a love letter, not him more, but him and that missionary today. He was very young. They are in the same alcohol. Right now, he's supposed to know the person. He's very popular. I will not mention him. So, I find a love letter. He dragged the love letter with me. Then not now. If you want to drag everything now, I will leave it for you. But that time, you can't take it. I succeeded in taking that letter. I read it. The mother came. The mother was begging me, Ababokobi, please. Not mother of today. Not mother of today that will say that, why do you have to probe into his privacy at maybe junior secondary school? And at the end of the day, I told the father, may Allah bless the soul of the father. The father is late now. I thought the father has slept. I don't know he hasn't, and he didn't call me, he didn't intervene. What I learned the following day is that because the boy tried letter with me, the father wants to stop his education. So I have to plead, and plead very well before the father agreed. The father agreed to continue sponsoring that boy because I pleaded. And he's a respectable missionary of the Jamaat now, and he's doing very well. So, see, as Atfal handler, you have many things to do. You are their father concerning their assignment, whatever assignment given to them, their school was, in fact, their career. It is my Atfal that pushed me to school. It's not deliberate. I am accidental student, and why? This will get admission, they will come to me. I don't know anything about school, and I'm their counselor. Whatever I say is the final, and they will be talking department. I don't know the difference between department and faculty. But because the first one has come, the second one is here, the third one is here, I started having experience, and there are some of them. Bolaji Abdulhamid is now in ICT, stuff like that. That time Bolaji will come to me, Sylvia phone, with all this phone, he will be explaining things I don't understand, and he's waiting for my approval to go ahead. Can you see? As far as what he's saying, I don't understand, and whatever I say will determine his decision. So we need to pray, we need to read, we need to search for information. At the end of the day, I was then already in school before getting admission, because I've been helping them, even I've been helping some of them with their school assignments. In fact, not without admission, no, without school cert result. It is one of the Atfal that I have trained that assisted me to pass my WAEC, my O-level result. One of the Atfal that I trained. So as a result of that, so much rested on our shoulder as Atfal handler. It's not because it's here, he won't recollect. Sometimes some years, many years back, we were having Ramadan tafsir here. It's the one other were listening, you were busy, the school was opposite then at that small building. You was busy dancing with those Atfal. If you do like this, can you recollect, sir? So, as a result of that, may we have so much to do. Not because of our interest or benefit that we are going to derive, but it's a major contribution to humanity. Because most of these things that we are running after, at the end of the day, all these things now, we have Asafullah Robi, Alhaji Alhassan. Can you ask him to drive the car now? Even if that money, he's still a multi-billionaire. You ask Alhaji Sumonu to drive car. Can he drink malt? All those things. In fact, some of them, now we want to build upstairs, isn't it? Yeah. But some of them, if that is the only thing they have, they would rather sell one of those houses to build bungalow now. Even it won't be too convenient at a stage for them. That lead, you need the alafia you need to be sand to enjoy it too. It might not be too easy like that. So as a result of that, but our contribution to humanity is, in fact, will be definitely indelible. There is no way we can just we can write it off and it gives eternal joy aside from spiritual reward. Because of that time, let us continue. Then we talk about a lack of a required interest from leaders. I have made the example of the Agege Circle president. When we are having program, he followed the children to the last stage of that competition, while we have many circuit presidents, many Dilia Koid that are not even aware that the program is ongoing. If those things are still at this level, I want to appeal to the leadership of the Majlis Sudan. Please let us guide and advise our Koidin on the appointment of Morobi Atfal. We have believed that Alhaji Rocky can give us millions of naira, and he doesn't have that time. Based on the challenges of yesterday, we so much presented our real challenges. They were highlighted yesterday. Is anyone that recollect to mention money? No. It's not as if money is a major challenge, but it's not like real challenge in itself. We have challenges, a challenge of handlers, challenges of that, mature mind, everything, no coordination, all these things are there. So if there is anyone that wants to support Majlis Atfal, there is no problem. But what they need most is time. People that will be able to be with them, that have passion for them. I have a missionary, one of our missionaries, I don't want to mention names, but some of his people are here, they will understand. He said he can't stay where children are. In fact, most of the time, whenever there is Atfal program and he has to be there, most of the time he will rather go and book a hotel apartment, and he will be coming to the Atfal from the hotel. The person is known to some people, I know. So as a result of that, making such a missionary Morobi Atfal, maybe because of this, is not It's not, I have a friend of mine, this thing is not as that will leave his home because of the children in his home. He said he doesn't like, it's not as if, it's not his own making. Please, those who have passion, let them be our Nazimeen Atfal, and let them be our Murabi Atfal. Those who have time that will be able to contribute.
With the permission of our Express Sadar Sahib, I've been asked to inform us that inshallah ladies, before we depart here, I'm very sure we are all given this notebook, right? So we have to write our names on it. We are going to submit it. Sadar Sahib is going to mark it and return it back to us. That will be an autograph of our attendance. Please know that. If you have not been writing anything, this is an ability for you to start writing. Please, we are going to submit. You know, we are in a class, and our headmaster is around. So we want to, sorry, our inspector is around. We want to see our notebook. So we submit, we sign off, and return it back to our various students. Exactly. Ẹ ṣáà máa di orúkọ olórúkọ wò sẹ́yìn o, orúkọ ẹ̀ kò kọ́. Our virtual attendees, are you there?
We submit our own to our dealer.
Correct. You are doing well.
Thank you.
So when he came, you know, I said that we are having Nazim Atfal in our midst. You can see now he has proved that to us. So may Allah continue to guide him. Lack of adequate training for the handlers. You don't need to delve more on that. This is training the Sadar side. Please let it be regular across board. Then lack of understanding of Atfal behavior and background. Because of time, you see, these children are supersonic, like I said. They are internet begin. Let me share one experience with you. A thief flew in our area. He precisely is my son. I think he was around 8-9 years then. You know what happened? Please listen, let us learn how to write. He just came home that day. For you to know, you have to understand their thinking before you can get there. He came home that day. These people are lucky, like let's say 8 houses away. He said they are lucky. They equally have a beautiful grandmother like us. They are very lucky. I was like, what is this? What is your problem with another person's grandmother? They are very lucky. You know what happened the following day? He went and came back. He said that their grandmother is not as disciplined as our grandmother. And I said, how do you know that? He said, I want to know whether she's disciplined or she will take nonsense. He just went there to open their tap, and the woman didn't say anything. And he just closed it back. And the woman just said, "Come here," he closed it back, and he ran home. See, in his own mind, he's doing a research by wasting another person's water. Not every time we should be caning. There is reason for them. They have reason for doing that thing you call rubbish. He wants to know in his own, some people will say church mind. In his own mind, he wants to know whether the woman, no, he has agreed, she's beautiful. Because of that, the children are lucky for having a very beautiful grandmother. Is she disciplined or not? See the mentality. See the working of children mentality. So, some of us will just say, so why are you doing this? That is why we need them. In fact, there is United Nations recommendation for caregivers that we call handlers. Like the way we used to have it, 100 of them, we will just put one handler there. They can never be enough because they are experimenting. They are very inquisitive. So in fact, you don't be surprised that one Atfal will just be sitting here and will be looking at that bottle there, that empty bottle, and for whatever you have been doing, his own concern is that will it fall if I kick it or will not fall? Even if it fall, will it break or it will not break? Instead of us to enhance that inquisitive tendency, nature in me to attain development, we would rather kill it. The concept of you call it cake to cake, no, cane to cake, because that is people of grammar. For me, let us use another name that from pancake to pancake. You know pancake now, and you know pancake. We are still saying the same thing. In fact, killing teacher are killing teacher. Anybody that believe in Cain, in fact, you have killed many ideas, and you are the one that will see. Àwọn ọmọ China yẹn wọ́n máa ń torí pípé wọ́n máa ń ṣe nǹkan. When you have killed so much talents, potentials, ideas. So please, as Atfal and let us know that, let us try to understand the nature of the children, and their nature varies because of background, because of exposure, because of friends, because let us assume twin brother, they have the same family background. One is going to school A, or the other one is going to school B. In fact, both of them are going to the same school. The one is 4A and the other is 4B. Because of that little difference, that can impact their behavior significantly. We have to take our time to understand that. Then, and our responsibility, we have to know that this is so much and the time is going on. Then lack of required knowledge by handlers. In fact, you can never be a teacher until you are a learner. And the problem with our educational system in Nigeria is that what we have is teachers and we don't have learners. The moment you back that your certificate, you back that certificate NCE, EED or what have you, that's all. You have to be a continuous learner, most especially in this internet age, where those Atfal, those children, as they have access to limitless information. Look at the example of the boy that will just go on YouTube and will just speak, and YouTube will give more than required information. So we need to master whatever we are doing. And how can we do that as handlers? In fact, we are the most blessed Jamaat. Not because of I want to say it. Go and tell me, go and show me the founder of any Jamaat that has authored over 80 books. And if you are able to get one, and the successor of that same founders are good authors as well, just show me one in this world, and I will call you a liar. So we have more than enough to read. More than enough to read. It's just we are just lazy readers. Someone said that if you want to keep anything for African, just put it inside book and give it to him. You have succeeded in keeping it. Sometimes ago, this book, Revelation, Rationality, Knowledge and Truth. Is anybody that have heard of that book? Heard of it? If you have heard of it, raise up your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In fact, head, not read o. Ọlọ́run á ṣàánú wa. You know what happened? Someone saw the book with me in University of Lagos, precisely from Department of Philosophy, and he came to Odokoro to buy 10 copies. 10 copies. And we are here to hear of it alone. Here, Ọlọ́run ṣàánú wa. Like I said, we just have to be continuous reader to be a good handler. So please let us know that. So that's what we are saying. So we have to. Then aside that, I want another challenge that they are facing now is social media. In fact, this generation is blessed with distraction than any other generation. Environmental distraction, social distraction, family distraction, so many distractions. In fact, distraction of backwardization that we call civilization. So, as a result of that, somebody mentioned creating WhatsApp group for our parents yesterday. You see, we can create WhatsApp group for this Atfal. We believe that no, if it is created, because most of their parents have a phone and they are accessing it. Virtually all of them know how to access their phone, majorly their mother's phone. So that time, if you can track them. Anybody that open, you see, there is no way. There are ways you can track them. Who opened the WhatsApp when this information, when we can ask questions that will force them. That little time used to engage them on that. You are taking that time away from their distraction time. If their distraction time happen to be 24 hours, which is not possible, they love to play, they love to sleep. That time will be deducted. Then MTA is one of the way. Our MTA is one of the way, and we have to relate with our parents. Let them know the reason why they should have it. Instead of that distraction of TV and everyone, this apotiesu, the way Deeper Life we call it, agent of Iblis, that is called TV. Instead of them to be accessible to that, MTA will pay them out of that. So that will save them from multi-dimensional distraction that we find ourselves today. So let us take that. Then, although my time is up, then a lack of required knowledge. You can't have what you don't have. You can't give what you don't have. If you don't have that knowledge, there is no way you can give it. And these children, if you allow them to think, they can think better. They can think better. And so, like I said, and most of us, we don't pray and we don't communicate with Uzur. I want to believe Uzur know us better than ourselves. Something happened to me this last Jasa. Before, the opportunity, I lost opportunity of Jasa Tajik for many years because of responsibility. And this time that no Atfal section, no this thing, I want to maximize the little window. So before going for that Jasa, I have packed myself with many prayers that I'm going to do in the night. You know what happened? Let me test us with this. That Uzun sermon On Friday, I think our dancer was 23, 24, 25. Usual sermon of 23rd of December. Is anybody that can say one of the prayers that was recited by Uzu during that sermon? It's a known prayer. There are 2 or 3 prayers. Let that be assignment, and let it be part of the test we are going to give them. We are going to give them. So, in fact, because of that prayer, I keyed into that prayer and I abandoned all the prayer that I brought from home, that I want to be assigned and everything for Tajud. And may Allah forgive me, and alhamdulillah, in fact, right there on that Saturday, let me say I was blessed, which is acceptance of prayer. That is number 1. Number 2, like when we were asked to write letter to Uzu, something happened. You know, I keep on writing letter to Uzu. I just enjoy writing it, and now that it's easier, you can do everything on your WhatsApp and you forget about it. And it comes to a state that something is disturbing me, that is Uzu seeing this letter, is he reading this letter, is anything that whatever they are just writing it. And when my wife first see, I have to write letter to Uzu. And then I think I've written over 19 letters without reply. And I wrote that letter. It was very serious then. You cannot believe, within 2 weeks, I received reply. Concerning, in fact, I happen to be the one that wrote the letter. I posted the same way I used to post other letters before, and within 2 weeks, I received a reply from response from Uzu, and everything went well. That is number 1. And after some times, I received a personal letter. In fact, that letter, after I read that letter, I went to my wife, but assuming Uzu is readily available, like our leaders here, no, not readily available. Assuming Uzu is physically present, I would have thought that maybe someone has reported me to Uzu, because everything in that letter is about my personality and my weakness. So, as a result of that, the task given to us is so huge that we can attain success without connecting with the Khalifa, 1, and we can attain success without continuous relationship with our God by obeying the rules and commandments of Almighty Allah. May Almighty Allah continue to support us to attain success, and may He continue to be pleased with every single one of us. And finally, to the issue of parents, Naib Sadaf Sahin said that we should be, he talked about marketability. Let us make ourselves marketable. Let us make ourselves acceptable to the parents. You know, someone, I want a role model for my child, and you are going there with, you search there, you don't put on cap, and you even put on sleeveless, the trust will not be there. And the Sada Osai, something happened, I'm very sorry to say it, I will just say it. Something happened after the last regional Ijema. One of the Atfal, some of the Atfal in my Mukom, some will call me my daddy. Some of them will usually call me, some usually call me baby of the house. He now said that baby, you ask us that we should not, because I used to be king on that. We should not cut our hair anyhow. Some of the people that come, some of the handlers at the regional DC, most of the, and this thing is common, most are those who coordinate our sport. Even if we have a brother that doesn't know difference between offside and throwing, that is presentable as a Muslim, that can serve as a role model, is better than see Ronaldo
that will truncate the effort of Atfal handler at home. Please let us be vigilant concerning that. And it's getting prominent among taekwondo handlers at our, I am sorry to say it, but it do happen. And it's even reality of what we experienced we had in Offa. I think that was our last tema. Please let us work on that. It can be anybody, because a good Muslim, a pious Muslim is better than that. Muslimness will be the first thing. And don't mind these children, they will just go home, daddy, because we have, someone can testify it where a father will say that why you will just be complaining about court. You know, there are some men, if you don't court safe, it won't fine. If a Atfal is facing that problem with the father, then the handler is trying to correct that this is the sunnah. And on getting to national program, he now discovered that maybe the referee that blow the final thing, or the taekwondo instructor that will refer their match happen to put on the same hairstyle, he will just go home to support his father, and that will be a problem to the effort of Atfal. And may Almighty Allah crown our effort with outstanding success. May He forgive us our shortcomings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our father used to say, "I got it all lórílẹ̀. May your days be long, sir." So, Sadar Sahib will take us through the remaining parts of the program.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. All right. So, NSM said I should greet those online. I think the taslim is for them also. They can. Okay, I customize taslim onto you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So the next on the program is a book review on Paradise Under Your Feet, chapter 3, page is 39. We wrote page 39. Is it more than page 39? Is it also supposed to be
Recording
page
in
39?
progress.
Is it page 39 or how many pages? Chapter 3. Okay, it starts from page 39. How many pages? Okay, so I think you have 20 minutes to do that. It's now 10 minutes. Okay, so we can just refer brothers to the book so that they can go and advance their reading from there. So 10 minutes, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi. This book, Paradise Under Your Feet, Mother's Handy, is the title is taken from the hadith of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Al-Jannatu Tata Akdami Ummaati. So this book was as a result of Surah, the National Imam USA had in 2011. So the book was first published in 2016. They discovered that the children needed to be trained on how to understand and love Almighty Allah and the beauty of Almighty Allah and the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and similarly how to relate with the Holy Quran and teaching of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and how to distinguish themselves as the children who have the opportunity to accept the promised Messiah alayhi salam. So it was in their desire to train a very upright child that they decide to collate all the server from the present and from the former or past Uzur of the Jamaat al-Ahmadiyya and the present Uzur. So I will go on to the chapter we want to review. The chapter begins, toddler and preschool years. It opens with toddler and preschool years. It opens with an hadith of Hazrat Abdullah bin Umar. I heard the Holy Prophet say, Kuluku working wa kuluku mas'ula an wayatin. Each of you is responsible and each one of you will be asked about his or her dependent. So in this, they introduce to us that children at this time spend a lot of time with their children. I want you to, my mother at this present time has been between the age of preschool, that is age of 2, 3, 4 and so on. They spend a lot of time with their children, with their mother. I want you to just, wherever I mention mother, put yourself as mother, as a parent then. So, as in, you should put yourself in that shoe. So, remember at this age, children are like sponge and they absorb the atmosphere around them and copy the behavior around him. In fact, he is like a clay which can be molded with care and attention. So it is vital at this stage for the atmosphere at home to be filled with remembrance of Allah and is permeated with the love of Allah. The fourth Caliph has this to say in the book. If you can instill love of God in their heart at young age, then it is the biggest favor you can do for the children. And to establish that love, you will need to talk about God. And while talking about God, if your core is not touched, your eyes will not shed tears, and your heart does not melt, then to think that children will be impressed by it is a false tale. That there is no reality in it. Children of mothers whose heart melt and flow in the form of tears whenever they mention God truly love Him. The expression on their faces change. Children wonder what has happened to their mother. What is the reason for her sadness and what emotion have captured her? This is the impression that brings about a moral and noble change in a child's heart. This is the essence and life of revolution. To become such mother, as I have mentioned, you will have to search for beauty of God while asking for help, to the degree that this beauty manifests itself in you and fill your heart with such love that your existence melt and mold into a new existence. So the next point is Islamic guideline, love for Allah Almighty and the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. At this stage, children learn through repetition. Therefore, mothers are advised to always say good things. They should always remember to praise Allah, and they should tell story about Allah and His creation. And similarly, they should always have the opportunity to recite the attributes of Allah and to give thanks to Him and to also recognize what Allah has created. And whenever they are performing action, they should always say Bismillah. You see, I pointed to missionary Mofisa. Mofisa said whenever you want to start anything, you should say Bismillah. In the same way, so Salat and Quran, you should establish congregational Salat. Make sure that you observe Salat in congregation, and then the children too will have desire to observe their Salat regularly. Similarly, you should recite Quran in the morning. So by that, children too will inculcate the habit of recitation of Holy Quran. At the age of 3 and 4, that is between age 3 and 4, you should introduce Qahida Yasaridon Quran, and expose them to MTA program, which teaches an MTA program which teaches such recitation or introduction to the reading of the Holy Quran, known as At-Tartil. And similarly, you can also find that on the website www.alifurqan.us. They talk about Ramadan. At this stage, we don't expect children to observe Ramadan, but you should let them know what is the essence of the month of Ramadan, why we Muslims do observe that fast. What is the essence? The essence of what happened in the month of Ramadan, why we should recite Quran there, why we should observe Tahajjud, and why we should observe Tarawih. So similarly, it's like when you should let them know simple Arabic prayers. We need to teach them how to say the word of prayer, as Quran has said, Kulu Kolan Shedida. So we should teach them how to say salam. As-salam qabla al-kalam. They should learn how to say salamu alaykum. Whenever they want to perform any action, they should say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. They should learn Jazakallahu khairan. They should learn Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. They should say Istighfar. Similarly, love for Ashraf Khalifatul Masih. The best way to instill love of Khalifatul Masih in the children is that you watch the Uzul sermon. When you watch the Uzul sermon and they discover that you are very keen and you develop interest in this activity, they too will see the personality of our beloved Uzul as an important person. And similarly, whenever you should inculcate the habit of writing letter to Uzul, whenever they see you should let them inform them that I'm writing letter to His Holiness, so that they will know that it is part of their own affair to seek the blessing of the beloved Uzul. And Jamaat activities. Our children should be encouraged to attend every bit of Jamaat activities. The daily mosque attendance, Dasul, as it is mentioned here, Ijtima, Jalsa Salana, and all other activities. And it is an advice to every one of us that you should treat your children with love. Let them see love. Let's graduate love in training them. Training a toddler to sit and behave well in the public. Let them behave well in the public. Whenever that you are in charge of your child, you make the rule and not other way round. Practice the following at home. Sit with your children and with your child in your lap. Play with them. Let them be fun. Show them love. I think this is the essence. It is hard to control children when other children are not behaving, but do not give up. Ask other mothers to join you in effort to maintain discipline. When you want to maintain discipline, consult others. If your child begins to scream or complain, remain outside and play. No, if you allow him to remain outside and play, he will repeat. Don't let him do that. Don't let him do whatever, or him or her to do whatever he desires at every given opportunity. You should restrict such time. Let your children witness Salat. Let them witness you observe your Salat. Teach them how to behave well in the mosque. Every time, let your children or your child be familiar with you. Don't let them be away. Let them be with you. Your atmosphere at home. You should structure the activities at home. Don't think because they are young. Let them get involved in domestic chores. Teach them little things that they can do. good manner and good behavior. The Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam emphasized the importance of good manner and advised that children should be taught good manner from childhood. He is reported to have given the following advice to Imam Azan, his own grandchildren. He said, when he was having his meal, the Holy Prophet said to him, eat with your eat with your right hand from that which is in front of you. As Imam Azan was only about 2 years old at that time. Hence, children should be encouraged to use their right hand for eating and for accepting something when given to them. The following advice concerning behavior is given by Atfal in the book that we have reviewed, The Way of the Seeker. Tell the child that it is nice and good. Always say good thing. Address your child politely and consciously. Parents should choose well-behaved children as associates for their children. That you can know about their friend, the company they keep as their attention here too. As the child grows, he should be asked to do small tasks under the guise of playing or acting. Yes. A child should be allowed to acquire self-confidence as a matter of habit. Some children, they don't have the confidence to express themselves, but allow them to have confidence. Let them express themselves. Let them tell you something so that you know their problem and to find solution to it. Children should not be told tale of horror. At this, make them coward. I can testify to this. I was told about a witch when I was small, and I visited one of my uncles. There was no light, and I wanted to eat myself. I ended up urinating in that room. That's what happened to me personally. So parents are advised to tell good story. Respect. The hadith of Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was is quoted here. Akrimu awladakum wa atisu adabahu. Respect your children and cultivate in them the best of manner. And lastly, let me just say, cleanliness is half of faith. Jazakumullah khairan.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Jazakumullah khairan for that. The next is a question and answer, and guest remarks. Do we have guests now? Guest lecture, they have spoken now. So they can, of course, answer questions. So, but they are not guests per se, like guests, kind of. They are, in fact, there is no guest. There is no guest. We are all of us. We are inside it together. So we have questions and answers. So if you have questions, you can raise it. However, I'm aware that there are some questions that they have delayed for me to attend to. Maybe anybody that has questions online, they can drop the questions online in the chat box. I will also advise that if you have questions here, you can also raise your hand so that we'll come to them. All of you that have questions, I will come to you. But let me quickly answer some of the questions that have been asked yesterday. So they are still part of question and answer, because after Salat Zoom, this program will come to an end. So it's better I answer those questions, and then inshallah we'll come back to questions that will be asked specifically to our guest lecturers who have spoken to us. So the first one, out of many, there are some of them that are administrative. I think that's why they were delayed for me. I'm sorry if I didn't do too much protocols. I always believe we are together anyway. So may Allah reward every one of us. Shami. It's not easy to be here. Even if you are sponsored, even if you feel that you are enjoying it, to even have that will to say I want to be part of this is not easy. To accept being a Nazim Atfal is not easy. for our respected fathers who have spoken to us, for our hobbies and our handlers who have put everything together like this. It is because they have passion for the Atfal. And of course, if we fail to train the Atfal, it will affect you, it will affect me, it will affect the Jama, it will affect the society. That is why being here at this time is very, very important for our today and our tomorrow. I pray that Allah will bless this humble efforts with outstanding success that we can all be proud of, inshallah. So the first question I'll be attending to is the one that came from Shomolu Bukom, right? So Shomolu Bukom requested that we should upgrade the advanced syllabus to include Western education. Practically, the advanced syllabus that we have as of today is on the premise of the directive of His Holiness, Allah Ta'ala bin Aziz. If you are aware, the syllabus that we were using before, let me say, till 2021 December, yes, 2021 December was designed by our respected Brother Blackie Makitobi Sab when he was in Butani Makwa with Brother Laron and his team that time, you know. So under the leadership of Engineer, you know, and then we find out that that book, or let me say that syllabus, is very rich. In fact, today, even though practically we have said we are moving to what we are using today, but we still find certain things to learn from there. In fact, I remember in my home when my first child was growing up and he was still a VIP, or let me say he has not even grown up to 5 years old. My wife took it upon herself to be teaching her based on that the content of that syllabus. So by the time he was able to mingle with Atfal from age 5, he has already mastered certain things as specified for the age of VIP in that school. So we find it very useful for every home. And as you know, that it was a combined syllabus for the Atfal and Nasser, so which we were using at that time. But what we are using today, it is what we are using based on the directive of His Holiness, where he said that we should introduce or let me say adopt the Wafuna syllabus of the Jamaat. And when we now look at it, we saw that time that the best one to adopt was the one that was already designed for the Atfal and Wafuna children in Canada. So that is why when it was adopted, it was more like we are copying what has already been developed in that country with in consonance with the directive of His Holiness. So if not that the Khalifa to Masih said we should do that, we will have been using what we are using now. Now to say we should upgrade by having the Western educational touches in the syllabus, it is not out of place, but of course there should be some kind of justification for that. I also read as part of the questions asked that we should add sex education to it. These things we can review them if we have justification for it. I hope the brothers that mentioned this thing, they can give some justification. I can understand the Western education inclusion, but if we want us to add that, the sexual aspect and several other things, we need to justify that and put it forth to His Holiness for approval, so that we can say, okay, with the permission of Uzur Abdas, we want to include certain things apart from what Uzur Abdas has directed us to do. I want to certainly believe that sex education is being done in so many secular studies, probably social studies and what have you. But it's not out of place if we include it in our first syllabus. But there should be a justification to that. So I will ask the Atfal department to come up with that. So whoever that suggested this, or any other sources where you can have a justification, you can put it together. And I believe if we write to His Holiness and we want to say that we want to have that in the syllabus additionally, we put the notification there. If His Holiness approves it, then we will adopt it, inshallah. So, but let me say that whatever we are using today, it is with the instruction of His Holiness. And it can only be altered if He approves anything that we may want to suggest. I think that answers that question. So the second one is to have the Atfal syllabus printed. But it's not out of place. I think when we came up with we finalized on the Atfal syllabus, it was agreed that Vilayat can print, states can also print. You are free to print it in the same content. If you print a document and you now beautify it by putting hardcover and all that, you are only adding value in terms of beautification. But the content is the koko. So either the MOOC print it and sell it to you, or the lacquer print and sell the content will not change. So sincerely speaking, I believe that decentralization is better. But if we believe that, because what I can understand from this is that if we want every home to have it, we may say, okay, we want to print it. Then now, it's not an onus on the MOOC to start selling the way we have sold the previous version. Maybe the Atfal department can also review that and let the MOOC be aware. So if it's something we can do, we'll do that. We can do cost estimation of production on each copy. Then now let's see how much each parent can buy one. So we look at the pros and cons of doing that. If the lacquer can go and print it, we can also suggest that if they can print it, we know some lacquer may not be buoyant enough to do that. So but that means we now start doing printing. And because you can just come up with it. I think we still have some fun for Atfal. But you know, let me mention it here that during the Jasa Salana, when Governor Dakwadionu came, after he left the Jasa guy, okay, he left the Jasa guy and he was going. So he had to alight from his boss. And then the next admin was there. So with the governor, and he saw the Atfal, they were waving at him. The governor gave the Atfal 100,000 naira. Governor Tobi. 100,000 naira cash. Even though by the time we counted the money, it was actually, alhamdulillah, it was actually 98,000 naira. So when you're VAT, value added tax. So immediately after the session, that afternoon session when the governor left, I told the admin side of the gifts, and the admin side said, okay, Kudam, go and handle it because we are the one taking all Atfal. And we have remitted it to the account of the Majlis, specifically for the Atfal. Okay? So, and it is still there for the Atfal. If I have my way, even if it's one cover, let every Atfal, every team in Nigeria have their own portion of that money. That should have been the best for me if I have my way. Know that, okay, if it is one cover that will get to you, if you divide by a number of Atfal. Maybe alternatively, what we can do is that instead of using that money for anything, maybe we can use it to print our syllabus. Maybe. But just come with the analysis, then whatever we now give to each dealer, just go and take it like that, free of charge. Maybe, I'm saying maybe, if we don't spend it on that, I hope 100,000 will be able to cover every production in Nigeria. So if that happens, if it's far from it, we may not print it that way. We may now say, okay, we print and every Tiflu buys it. Or every home buys it. If you have more than one Tiflu in your family, if you have a copy, everybody will be using it. But I want to assure that 100,000 what I want is that every Tiflu should have at least portion from share from that money. If it's one cover, or if it's need to be that syllabus, I will still appreciate it. So if having the cost production, the kind of estimate, if it's something we can do, or maybe can add more money to it, and we'll do that for the benefit of our Atfal, inshallah. So the other one is separation of Ekiti Ilako and Omondo. Ekiti Ilako and Odo, they are separate Ilakot now. maybe what they are saying here, I don't know. I just want to assume. Regional Itima. Regional Itima. Okay. All these things, they are subject to for review. The authority should do that. They can review it based on what they merged Ondo and Ekiti together because of proximity. You are very close to each other, and they look at the cost of saying you stand alone. Because when you if all of us urinate in a particular spot, the shuku to come out very well. You understand? But if it's one person that urinates on the spot, the shuku will not come out very well. So that is why they are saying we should come together. But change is constant. Is that the Atfal department to review that and recommend to the. Let me mention that since last year that I've been appointed Salam, I've introduced the supervision of different departments to by the Nazimeen Salam. The Nazimeen Salam Southwest is in charge of Atfal. So if you want to have that discussion, you can bring Nazimeen Salam Southwest into it. Thank God, the question is actually coming from Southwestern states, Ilako, Ondo, and Ekiti. So you can have very robust discussion and pass it to the Salam. Whatever you recommend, allow you guide us so that we can approve that. They said they want to have dealer. That's all. What's the concern of that with Atfal? They are bringing representative to Atfal. So it's not out of place anyway. But if you want Atfal, if you want a dealer, I remember when I went to Ekiti for the Amsa Aik, they mentioned something like that. And I said, the state of it, they should just recommend. It's about, see, Sada cannot see everything. The Irako Koid, Mukom Koid, Ilakoid, especially Dilakoidi, the Dilakoidi, Mukom Koid, Dilakoid, they are very close to people than Sada. Of course, she, Abi. So, Sada will work on your recommendation, and all of us will pray that Allah will guide us, okay? Ondo Ekiti, you can hear, right? So, all of us will now pray to Allah that Allah should guide us. That is all the matter. That's all the truth of the matter. So what I'm trying to say here in essence is that the Ilako, Ekiti Ilako that requested for Dilat, creation of Dilat in their state, should speak to the state Koisab and at the state level do your feasibility studies with respect to the number of Mukomi you have against the Jamaat structure. The Jamaat structure, the circuit that the Jamaat has already. Let's say for instance, in Ekiti State, we have 3 circuits existing. You can look at creating 3 Jamaat to have that administrative structure in line with the Jamaat. Now look at the Jamaat that we have in each of those Jamaat in the circuits. Now in each of those circuits, if each of those circuits has a sizable number of Jamaat that can stand alone themselves, and we can create a replica of Mukomi with respect to what we have in the Jamaat, then you can come up with a proposal and then we look at it together for the approval. It happens many places. Lagos State do that, Oyo Ilako do that recently, and I think somewhere in Ogun. So all these things, it is homework. Make your recommendation. I cannot just say based on this recommendation I hire Ekiti, I create dealer, I create no. It is your work. It is for you to identify that you need that extension. Recommend it to the Sadas app, then we look at it. Allah will guide us, inshallah. Then the next one is lack of Atfal brand uniform to camp. Okay, we will look into that. Inshallah, we are going to inform the Sanato Tijara department. So, Mutami Atfal, please, kindly take note so that you can inform the Mutami Sanato Tijara, Brother Lukman Idris, so that they can bring. Okay, compliance. The lack of Atfal brand uniform to camp. Most likely people don't have it, you know. Okay, so two things. if we don't have, we can make findings. If we don't have, I mean, in terms of production, we can tell it's not there to make more production so that people can buy. And sincerely speaking, sometimes the MOOC may not be, may not have every, may not be able to satisfy the production request demand. If you have befitting, if you have a tailor that can make a very good uniform for you, that locally, please, you can do that. It will also help some of our brothers who are members of the Jamaat. Maybe a young Khadim who is a tailor or a fashion designer that can also make, means from that. And but that is very important is that you ensure that you sew that uniform in a place where it conforms with the style of the Mahdi, the standard of Mahdi student. If you want to have that standard, you can ask questions, okay? You can ask, okay, then give us sample. And then let that person do one sample before you now start taking all your Atfal there. You understand? Like me, Sanoto Tijara makes production, but personally, I have a personal tailor for my program uniform, and I'm enjoying it. So, I'm enjoying my program uniform. And the person that sews my program uniform, he has been sewing for many people in his dealer. So, he's a Khadim, he's making his means from there. So, suppose I'm taking that sewing of the program uniform to one Paul or Michael, it will be criminal. But it's still a Khadim. So from there, you will also pay charge, inshallah. So it's not for now, Wale. Okay. All right, biblical quotation and biblical knowledge for the Atfal. Okay, in syllabus. We can also recommend that to His Holiness so that I know His Holiness will not reject this definitely, but it's just for us to put discussion because His Holiness will know that we are teaching them certain things to, that will make them relevant in their environment. So definitely, it's just for us to put a very reasonable discussion to it. Okay. Okay. So before this, they also mentioned what's it called? That some of our Atfals, when they go to program, they don't wear their uniform. We need to encourage them. We need to encourage parents to ensure that their children have the Atfal uniform. Alhamdulillah, I'm proud to say that at least my son, he has two. So, many of our leaders, alhamdulillah, so many of our leaders, when we're small, they will bring their child to Atfal program. A tiflu or a tiflu of 3 years, 2 years, 4 years. And they put him on shoulder, carrying with Atfal uniform. You understand? That is where to start. Benny, this is the part you are going to follow. What's the way choice? So we should see them. We should let them know that they are privileged to be on that path. And alhamdulillah, that we are Ahmadi Muslims. If you were born into celestial family today, and you will be very proud. Don't be so. You will see them. You see celestial people. They will they will see many of them that are doing well. People that are elites, you see them because that's what they believe. So what we also believe, we also need to promote it and also inculcate it in our children. So if some of us are also fathers, let's ensure that our children have it. When you as Nazimeen Atfal, you have children and or your siblings, they also have Atfal uniform. They have the brown uniform, they have the white uniform, and they are putting on this uniform every time it's required. The parents will also be proud to say, at least our Atfal is also responsible. His family is also responsible. Please, let us encourage our parents to have that. Okay, so they said this is from Oyo Dealer. Is Oyo Dealer on the call? Are they on the? They said because I was told that the person doing virtually. So for this one, he said some people prefer to go to Arabic class instead of Atfal class. To me, all of these things are important. Okay, it is for us to do proper timing. Okay, of all these things. I will not say because I want to hold Atfal class. Somebody should not go to Ilekeu. You understand? Let him go to Ilekeu. Let him go to Atfal. external Arabic class against the Jamaat madrasat. Okay, they prefer external Arabic class than, well, sincerely speaking, I don't know. This may likely be a peculiar issue to this particular dealer. But if we have it in another place, one thing that we need to understand is we need to look at it rudimentally. What is that? That is not in our own, that they are enjoying them. You understand? That we need to bring to our own. Okay? It is not out of place to also go outside there to learn. But one thing is that before you go outside to learn, you must have very good understanding, very strong understanding of your own tenets, Islamic tenets of the Jamaat. Ahmadiyya tenet. Because some of these ulama, when you go outside there, they will just dilute what you have learned. They will want to format it. Format it. I'm going to install OS. This is the word down here. One go, OT. So, my Jakapo, you see what you call it, is just something like that. So for instance now, I remember when I was already a Khadim, my dad told me to go and make payments for our house rent at that time, somewhere around Mokola. So when I got it, the person I was to pay to, the guy was not around. One Baba just started trying to talk to me. Say, what by Jesus in our year? One Agbalagbala said, you are talking to the wrong person. So I didn't because I was not interested in that conversation. The only thing I did was that I asked him a question and he couldn't answer. I said, Baba, ẹ fi mí lẹ̀ o. Àjẹ́bẹ̀ ẹ gba wòtòwòtò ògbọ́rọ̀. So he continued and I said, sir, the only question I ask for you is this. You said Jesus is God and Savior, abi? Yeah. What do you understand by God? And God is the creator of heaven and earth and everything. Okay, fine. If God is the creator of heaven and earth, how come Jesus, and you believe that it's the same God that created man, abi? It is the one that created woman, abi? Say yes. The question I have for you, me, without going to Bible or Quran, is that how come that Jesus, that is the God of heaven and earth, was born by his creation, a woman, Maryam or Mary? How come now? How come the creation is coming or was coming before the creator? Oyemi, ọmọ mi, oyintimoso yẹ ọ. If what I'm saying, if you are what you are saying, I don't understand. That means you also do not understand. Please let me be owole moasa. So you know, it's a simple thing, and it was not because I just want to say because they have changed me and I understand what. And so no matter what, I remember in Mowe where I live, I joined a madrasa sometime in 2016. That time they appointed me as Dira Koek. In fact, Alhamdulillah, me. So I wanted as Dira Koek. That's when I stopped to go to Ilekeu. Because the program activities engagements has all those things have taken away my madrasa attendance. So I give glory to Allah. Because me, so before I joined the madrasa, I told the Mudir, sir, I'm an Ahmadi. So I hope you don't have it because I know some madrasa they will just be doing anyhow. Maybe they start doing. He said, Mudir said, no, he doesn't have any problem with that. That he also even listens to Zoo and he knows Dr. Timen that they have met in last. That at the time he was also lecturing in last this and that. That's why he's a friend of Ahmadiyya. Because as I was going there, if you want to tackle me, I will also be ready to fire back. I don't want to do with Arawani. So that's why I was telling the proprietor before I joined, sir, Ahmadiyya knew on day one. I was telling him. So nobody say you go tell me say why waiting. I'm an Ahmadi. So I only want to learn from you here. So it doesn't mean that I'm now hide my identity for you. I will show it to you. And you know that if you want to cross my way, my guy, Taylor you walk my clear. So so the last question. So let us encourage our children to attend our madrasa. So if you are a proprietor of a madrasa in Ahmadiyya, assess yourself too. You are not up to the standard.
improve your standard. We will encourage our children to come, but the quality must also be there. So if they are not getting the quality and they feel that we get the quality outside, they will want to go. It's not that we encourage them to go, but let us also improve. Whatever that is worth doing is worth doing well. But what we need to encourage our parents and our children is that no matter what, whatever you are going to get from the Jamaat Madrasa is of high value. Sincerely speaking, when you look at our missionaries, you see that when our missionaries, when some people, of course, we have a lot of madrasa where you spend 10 years, spend several years. Even as some people who are scholars, maybe they are PhD holders and they study outside the Jamaat, they are not analysts. But when you say our missionaries that spend 4 years, talking and they have facts, to some of those claims they raised, they will still defeat them, you understand? That's to tell us that because we are a defined community and that blessing is always there. So that is the understanding we need to tell our parents. But of course, if you have a madrasa in the Jamaat and you want people to let us just encourage it. And let me mention that when this Imam started, he wrote to His Holiness, and then one of the 3 instructions the Hadrat Masih gave us that every Khadim should improve in their Islamic knowledge, in their religious knowledge. So if you are also improving on your religious knowledge, there is no way somebody from somewhere will come and tap you. There is no way you don't give quality learning to your children or to their father. Our father, Rabbi Al-Fasai, mentioned something the other time that you have to acquire knowledge. If you don't have knowledge, there is nothing to give to the children. Same thing applies to you having madrasa. You cannot just say you want to establish a madrasa without having the necessary information, knowledge you want to pass to people. Because if they are not seeing those things there, they will leave. So you must have it. If you don't have it, you may likely be an administrator, but you need to employ people that are competent. Because when you look at the Sunnah of Allah, look at Prophet Musa alayhi salam. When he was talking, when he was to be employed, they said, somebody who has strength, who is powerful, who is competent. You can say strength, you can say competence. He's competent and he's also trustworthy. You understand? So that's it to say, even if you are trustworthy as an Ahmad, you also expected to be competent. That's what your knowledge. So that is what is expected of our madaris that we have. May Allah make it easy for us. And then the section of our class is requested, the West section. Okay, that the group of the syllabus should be grouped into different. Is that not what we have? Okay, it's not sectioned into ages. Okay, we have to look at that. It's for you people to do that now. Look at it and segment it into ages. Please, you can do that. So it's for our fire department now. Go and then. Maybe they don't know. We still need to tell them. If it is there, maybe from so thing, or it's so thing, please let us clarify. So it's possible that they don't know. Now, Amasa, you showed me something. So that should be my last. We have answered that. So those are the questions that I was told that they were waiting for me. May Allah perfect the simple way I've said it. So any question from our respected father who has spoken, don't ask me any question again. Maybe he has question from our brother and our respected brother. So any other question you can ask, may Allah make it easy. So don't let us forget, we are going to Kosola very soon. So this line, if you have questions. Okay, please let's take number.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Kuti Abdul from Ipekuleki. Sir, it's not a question, but like I want to add to what our brothers have said earlier. He said, our children of nowadays are internet kids, are the internet children, as I said earlier, and I believe we can impact knowledge to our children of nowadays through what they like most. And I want to ask, is it possible for us to create an app in which we put all what we have to teach our children, I mean our Atfal? We can create an app and all our handlers, our parents have it in their phones. If at all they want to play with our phone, they will have something to play with in that phone. And that we have more values. You know, as we are saying this yesterday, that okay, we should make sure that we impact some of these things that we learn here in our Atfals, so that at least we have a long way to go. Now, why can't we go more on this internet stuff? I think that will assist us more. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Abdulaziz Abidin from Atadila. Yes, sir. Okay. My question is that I can see when Atfal do the examination, the national examination, so you to give the first, second, third, the gift. You give them the gift so that to encourage them, their others, to be doing well as well. So what of when the Nazimeen Atfal do their own examination? So there is no any gift for the encouragement for them. Why, sir?
Wait for your response. No, let's start from Duria. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum barakatuh. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Is it noted or you are reacting?
Noted, sir. No, not reacting. No.
Only one reward I want for commercial exam. But you know, Zima to Abashi, I didn't get can. I didn't get you.
We'll give you what Nazimeen Atfal.
We are sorry. When last day like access, and they have not been recorded. But just because of performance, it will not be here. You understand? Budget you will be but we can do it. So yes, so it's just like so it's important that we reward. It's just like the what's it called? The one we had at Jasa for the marine department. Though there's some, overdue because we didn't do that certain. So it's not a problem. Okay. So what we are going to do inshallah is that just try to have record of what you have done. So if you have another assessment, do it. Just have record of those brothers that did well, maybe second position. Inshallah, that even if they are going to answer that, take it to them. It's their gift now. So let's do it that way, inshallah. It's not a problem. That's all.
Assalamu alaikum. So like Lagos, it is work in progress. The madness at part of today is different from that of yesterday. Those of us, the materials we are going to use, we are not going to take it from heaven. It has to be collective effort. Without taking all this idea, may Allah bless the soul of a brother Bashir Gaza, a former principal of it's so painful. I don't know if we can still get that thing from his archive. You cannot believe this brother developed cartoon. He used life of Holy Prophet Muhammad to develop a cartoon. Then in his diary, I don't know, it has been done maybe some 20-something years ago. I saw that thing with him. Things like that in form of herb and what have you. But we are not, may Allah support us. We are not doing enough. If the money is available, Sarah will spend it. But if it's not there, Can you hear that? Sada ní idea wa kò ṣòwò ni. Please let us be alive to our deadlines. Let us be alive to our responsibilities. As a handler, don't forget that we are equally member of the Majlis Sudan. There are some financial responsibilities that are expected of us. And if you don't have it, you can't give it. If you are not good at sacrificing, there is no way you can transfer this behavior, this attitude to the younger ones. Please let us learn how to donate generously to the cause of Majlis Sudan. If the resources is there are some things that we are saying that SADA knows that they are available. But when there is no resources, you just pretend. Is there anyone? We know some of us, we know our children can take what do you call it, ice cream, ShopRite ice cream. But when the resources is not there, you just pretend as if you don't know ice cream exists. But if the money is available, you will do more than they are thinking of. But inshallah, like I said, it is work in progress. Atfal department, inshallah, will work on it, and inshallah, now that we have talked about internet begin when we are having internet youth as our sada. So may Allah continue to bless us.
So alhamdulillah, our father has actually responded to that. So see, let me mention, like, sincerely speaking, cockroach won't dance. But because they see cock or hen, I don't make a dance. It was a evening dance. At the early group there. So the major challenge is money, wallahi. For instance now, part of what I wish we can have at the level of Majlis is that number one, now we have Malify app, right? Then we also have MKAN Media app. I don't know if you have ever come across it. MKAN Media. So on that MKAN Media, I don't need to ask we have SoundCloud as well. On that SoundCloud, on every Friday we put the Uzu sermons there. So the MKAN Media is not functioning properly as it's supposed to be, and it's still about funding. Okay. For instance, now when you look at the Malify, if you go on Play Store or you go to Apple Store, you will not see Malify because it's not available on Apple, but it's available on Android. Malify that we used to make payment for our channel. So it was just about a month ago. We just got a sponsor for that. Malify to be onboarded on Apple. So the process is still on. In fact, it should have been done because I think the brother has made the payment. But the challenge is that they are asking for some requirements which we are still working on. In fact, yesterday we still wrote letter to Jamaat so I can get some document to be able to meet up with the requirements of that organization. That's the question for, I think that's the baseline. You understand? So those are there are some things that people don't know administratively. Just sit down administratively we are working. But now money don't pay. So, but if you or somebody in your Mokon, okay, or somebody in your dealer, somebody in your state is ready to finance activities online, I'm very ready. Now, let me mention that part of what I want to do or mention at the MOOC meeting today is what I'm telling you now. That this our secretariat here now, the only solution is to crowdfund it. Apart from the thorough cover that we are spending, that we are contributing to our what's it called, secretariat and Itman fund. You understand? If you have people that they can sponsor it, say okay, party, you want to help us do the agreement, want to help us do the tax trade. Inshallah, we are coming up with the cost analysis that will finish it. When respected engineer Nasab was about leaving office, the Majlis Sudan Nigeria estimated about 18 to 20 million to finish this building. Since that time, I'm not sure we have spent 6 million or 10 million. Because
the idea, the move, introduced that was that let's introduce the payment of the secretariat fund to the payment of the ITMA fund so that we can be contributing it. But this money do not come, these funds, they are not being generated as a lump sum. It's not that if we estimate 5 million for this building now, it's not that the 5 million will not come once, you understand? It is the total cover that you and I are coming for our ITMA fund and secretariat fund that will make up. So when it looks rich, say probably we have sizable funds, now say okay, let's do something as secretariat. That's why it is like this. But I mean, if you were here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you know that this is not the state it was. So the next phase now is asking for money. But what I'm saying is that if you have project like this as we have it now, like integrating some of our projects or some of our learning materials on the app, we can do that. Okay, we have the IT team that can do it. It's about money, but how we introduce it to them, the IT team. So that let's see how we can put it on the Magnify app. The Magnify app itself, it's not that it is 100% perfect. There are still some touches I want to do. You should be able to do certain. Part of what I told the IT team is that you want to have on the Magnify app or any other app, even if you are going to change the name, now say okay, you can do Magnify, you can make payment. To have the data of all the Jamaat mosques in Nigeria, the management has taken as a project. We have the list of mosques in Nigeria, the addresses, and put it on an app. Whereby if I'm in Warri, if I'm in Sokoto, I just go there. If you have mosques in Sokoto, this app, apart from putting it on websites, let there be an app that I can go to. But when we talk to them, money on, you understand? So these are the things we have idea, but if there is no money, so let us continue to pray for the mighty Sudan. And that's what Allah can do all these things for us. We don't know how He will do it, but we believe that He will do it for us. Let us continue to pray so Allah will make it easy. Since we have all those documents in soft copy, we can easily, integrate them into the Magnify. Even if it takes some months before the project complete, we know that we have it as a project. But I believe it is achievable with your support and with every members of my student support and with prayer and with guidance of the participants, inshallah. So we want to appreciate every one of us. Both of thanks, okay, for that. Jazakumullah khair.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We give thanks to Almighty Allah who has given us this program. We started with Bismillah and we're ending it with Alhamdulillah. We have no casualties and all the program has went smoothly. Alhamdulillah. We give thanks to the Salah side for approving the program and every one of us that are seated here that have sacrificed their time and money to grace this program. We say Jazakumullah khairan, ahsanu jazaa to every one of us. So, those of us that have joined us online also, I'm very sorry. We say Jazakumullah khairan, ahsanu jazaa to those of us that have joined online, and to our esteemed lecturers who have been giving us what is it called? Spiritual diets since yesterday. We called them and they answered our calls. We appreciate you also. It is only Allah that can appreciate, that can give blessings. So we seek Allah to guide every one of us to grant all our heart's desires. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi
So may Allah reward us. No, sorry. It's not a small effort to be here. So especially for our fathers who have been very supportive, the Brother Atfal, our respected Bashir Abdulaziz Sahib. May Allah continue to strengthen him in all endeavors, inshallah. And also ever supporting respected Abdul Hakim Adidubi Sahib. May Allah strengthen him and our respected missionaries, our movies who have supported us to have this success, and the minister who have been here, and our state coordinator for making this effort for us to be there, our general coordinator, our corporate coordinator, and all members of Majlis Kudam who have supported this. We pray that Allah will reward all of us immensely. Sincerely speaking, the best that we can do, okay, as human, is to be a teacher, and to be a teacher of Quran, to be a teacher of Islamic studies, as we are doing as Nazimeen Atfal. Because Rasulullah says, the best among you is he who learns the Quran and teaches it to others. So which means, if you have learned the Quran, you have learned the rules of Atfal, and you are teaching the Atfal, that means you are the best among mankind. That is the statement of Rasulullah. So we should be proud that we are Nazimeen Atfal. Okay? Let us be proud. Let us do it diligently. Let us do it with passion. If we fail to teach our children today, there will be no one to teach our children tomorrow. So it is a pride that I'm a Nazimeen Atfal. So let us remain Nazimeen Atfal. Even if we are going to Ansarullah, remain as Nazimeen Atfal. So let us be proud that we are Nazimeen Atfal. May Allah bless everything that we do. Surah Al-Fatiha, Salatu ala Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Allahumma ameen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.